Universal law. What's the deal? All right. Got some people coming in. We got to do the each one teach one. Hit that like button so we can get some people up in here. You know what I'm saying? Of course, if you're new, subscribe. Share this on your other pages. The shares and the likes, that's what really makes the random Jews alert system work. You know what I'm saying? The type that YouTube cuts my videos off in the middle. So uh, you already know how the alert situation is going to go. But we got Kendall Rowland, Sincere Born Asiatic, SW 793rd, YSU, The Word Smith, Universal, Don Bishop. Let me see. Don Bishop. Well, actually, yeah, we yeah, uh yeah, we're gonna be going into that. Of course, that is uh that first part of the title right here. The law 5% are not Muslims or Masons. You know what I'm saying? Simply put, we not Muslims, we not Masons. Like never in the history, in all the history of Islam, meaning ourself, Lord and Master, has there ever been revealed that we was Muslims or Masons. That was amongst the first rules. That was amongst the first principles that I learned coming into this. You know what I'm saying? But we also had a question from the brother McGee. What's his name? Like McGee Vamu or something. He asked a question, you know, about some of the things in 120. You know what I mean? Pertaining to what we know and what we can show and prove. You know what I mean? So the second half of the live tonight, where you got letting go of mythology. You know what I'm saying? Is in part dealing with that. You understand what I'm saying? You know, Motherland Gardens. See, sometimes you got to realize that you come into the knowledge, right? And the answers that you're looking for is the answers to the questions that you have from Christianity when you was in the mindset of Christianity. So when you come here and they tell you that, okay, this person right here is, symbolic to this person in the Bible. So now you start looking for that biblical story and you start thinking like, oh snap, that's real. You understand what I'm saying? Whatever it might be. You know what I'm saying? Like, my personal experience of being a Christian. When I used to be uh, a kid, and it used to be these, I don't know if they still come on because I don't watch TV, but used to have like the Ten Commandments, Jesus of Nazareth, uh, Ben Hur, all of these types of things. And so when I first started seeing these things was before I was able to discern what was real and what was fake on TV. Because some things you see is real. Like you look at the news and they say it's going to rain, and then it rains. You know what I'm saying? Or you see sports on TV. Muhammad Ali was real. I used to see Muhammad Ali on TV. So at the time, I didn't, we talking about, 4, 5, 6. I didn't have the discerning ability. You understand what I mean? To know what was real and what was fake. And so a lot of the things I took as literally. You know what I'm saying? Uh, and so then when you come into the knowledge, you're still looking for all these magical white men that you heard about every Sunday, that you seen on these TV shows, you know, that you see your family. You see the people in your family, your grandmothers, your great grandmothers, your aunts, in my family, at least when I was young, the men was not into religion. Like I can't recall ever seeing my great grandfather in church. Um, the only time I seen my paternal grandfather in church was at my father's funeral. Uh, the only time I seen my maternal grandfather in church, I seen him there about 3 times. One was his funeral. You know what I'm saying? Uh, yeah, right. Born. You know what I'm saying? Born from LA is in the building. Yeah, they just change it from magical white people to magical black people. And that's one of the reasons why people get caught up in all this stuff. And people tell you, yo, you got to do all this stuff with the pituitary and all this. And, if you massage your perineum and you can levitate and all this type of stuff, because you're still looking for those magical powers. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, if you ever truly get the grasp of this, you realize that we're not, we're not guys because we do magical things. We're guys because we go according to the laws. Not that we break the laws, but see, just because just because you know how something happens, right? That doesn't take away, kind of the glory of it. You understand what I'm saying? Just because we can explain something, that don't mean necessarily that it's not amazing, but we know that it's not mysterious and it's not magical. That it went through steps and stages from knowledge to born in order to exist in this reality. You know what I'm saying? But hopefully that brother comes on. We'll give him some chance to come on so he could get a little deeper into his questions. You know what I'm saying? But first, yeah, let's deal with the video from Mr. Salman Sheikh, who, in the interest of associating us with the Masons, uh, he made some grave distortions. You know, not beyond his opinion. Like it is America. It's America. You know how they say it's America. So look, you're free to have your opinion about it. That's we don't care. I don't care. But see, when you start distorting our facts, like when you come in and say that, we at one time used to use the mosque on 116th Street, and you're saying this in the interest to try to prove that we have some type of association with the Muslims. See, now you're crossing over the line. When you come with this whole list of teachings, you know, that the moon and the star is for the mother or ma in the sun. I mean, ma in the sun, meaning SON. So you telling me now that the moon and the star stand for Mary and Jesus. See, now what you're saying, listen, man, we have the individual Sham God Allah who made our flag. And we're the ones who tell you what our flag. See, when you just put the moon and the star and you don't put the 7 in the sun, dude, you're not dealing with what we're dealing with. You're simply not dealing with what we're dealing with. See, now you've crossed into lies and distortion. You know what I'm saying? And see, what stood out to me is you had your Amazon link there where you're selling your books. So see, now you're a textbook 10%. Notice how he cleverly left out the 10% and said that our teachings is that the 85% is the ones who's out there trying to deal with separation and subtraction. No, no. You and your Masonic 10% is the ones who deal with lies, telling lies, stealing, and trying to master the original man. So this is just some of the places where I thought he crossed the line. You know what I'm saying? But in general, anybody who you know, because Wordsmith, I contacted him too. You know what I mean? And so the deal with equality, dealing with equality, you know, you know, he agreed to put up a disclaimer saying that he's not a 5%er, and what his video really is a Masonic Muslim interpretation of what our teachings are. You know, and he also agreed to edit the video and put a screen in the beginning of the video that also says that he's not affiliated with us and he's making his own interpretation of what our teachings are. And I sent him a link to the video, this live. You know what I'm saying? In the interest of fairness, because that's another thing that I thought he did that wasn't right, is you close the comments. So now none of the 5% can speak for themselves. See, we don't do that. But he had once I had a little couple of email exchange with him, I seen that he's like he wants to, he sees himself like Noah. You know what I'm saying? And what I mean by that is he wants to bring everybody together on the ark. You know what I'm saying? In the interest of brotherhood, you know what I'm saying, and saving humanity, from the dangers, of whatever. Without understanding that, listen, 5%, is lions and tigers and bears. And some of these other people you trying to affiliate us with, they rabbits and zebras. We not supposed to be in the same. Like, let them go their way, we go our way. That's how we do. So I don't think he really understood. I think And that's something that happens to a lot of people who first get introduced to all these different, you know, trains of thought, you know what I mean? All these different, ideas about consciousness, you know what I'm saying? Is you come into the knowledge and you see all of the similarities. You see the similarities, like when I first got the knowledge, a couple of days ago, uh, somebody asked me, would I rather try to teach a Christian woman or some, I can't recall what the, but and I told them, look, straight up, I'd rather deal with a Christian because see, I had that experience, you know, coming into the knowledge where when I first got the knowledge, I thought the easiest person to teach this would be a Muslim. Over the years, uh, that's probably my least successful category. You know what I mean? Besides my family, I wasn't very successful with my family. I was very successful with my friends. You know, but one of the things, and especially amongst the family that I got other family in other places, but in New York, I'm the youngest. They got everybody, that I got other cousins like out in Long Island and all that stuff. But of the people that we interacted, I'm the youngest. So, that could have had something to do with it too. Uh, but because you see these similarities, you think, oh, it's easy to make these connections. And you would be wrong. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes that's just an honest, like, look, even that science with Born Mastermind. See, the brother that had the fez on, that was his idea. You know what I'm saying? You look at the Morris signs, you see the seven. You look at our signs, you see the seven. You know what I'm saying? You know, uh, you know, they teach, something similar to the black man's God. You know, we teach that the black man's God. So you start thinking that you could make these connections, you know what I'm saying? And that's you're misled. What you're gonna do is cause confusion. Because see, even though we all mammals, no, well not we all mammals. I'm talking about going back to my example of lions, tigers, and bears, and rabbits, and zebras, and elk, and wildebeest, right? They all masons, so they have that in common, but they not the same. So that's but yeah, we get into that, man. Wordsmith said his video is titled "The Teachings of Clarence 13X, the 5% Nation, and its Similarity to Freemason." Precisely. You know what I'm saying? You know, uh, yeah. Now that's still you got you got 2 days in the sovereignty papers. Uh, will be in the description box. Uh, yeah, when you put that, its similarity to Freemasonry. You know, I mean, first of all, a lot of the connection that people make in general of Freemasonry to Egypt and all of this stuff, you know, where do you see dudes walking around with this kind of stuff in Egypt? And see, everybody wants to be connected to Egypt because of the glory of what they accomplished. Huh? When people accomplish something great, look positive or negative. Like we look out there and we see the young kids They want to be out there using the slang of the gangs and throwing up the gang signs. They're not in the gang, but they want to affiliate themselves with that. You know what I mean? Because, the gangs, they at least accomplish their existence. You know what I'm saying? They establish themselves where, you won't be able to tell the history of America without telling the history of these gangs. You can't tell the history of LA without mentioning the gangs. You can't tell the history of Chicago without mentioning the gangs. You can't tell the history of Miami without mentioning Zoe Peril. So, because of these great accomplishments, people want to affiliate themselves with that. And because the greatest civilization that we have, the wreckage for, you know, that we have, parts of the civilization, meaning the pyramids and, other structures that existed from there, right? Everybody wants to affiliate themselves with Egypt, but most of them got nothing to do with Egypt. Yeah, that was a slip. Uh, nah, Rob Bourne, this dude, he's like a Masonic Muslim. You know what I'm saying? And so he made a video, uh, you know, speaking on. Well, what's the title of the video again? What was the title of this? Uh, the teachings of Clarence 13X, the 5% Nation, and the similarity to Freemasonry. You know, he actually went in to some of the signs you were speaking on one of those videos. Uh, dealing with some of the first people to come to America with these kinds of ideas. You know what I'm saying? So he had a dude on there that he said was the teacher of Blavatsky. You know what I'm saying? Uh, you know, but it's that that's just something where listen, man. We prefer if you just leave us alone. Like we don't debate. We don't debate. We demonstrate. We don't have all of this. You know, people go and do scholarship on their own. But by the end, some of the things that he had in his video about, we got the signs of the pituitary gland and all of this stuff is like, listen, man, we don't, let's stop. Mr. Spock said that's the Moors, not part of the Moorish Science Temple teachings. I call them the Moorish Masons. Well, that's what they say, isn't it? Like they supposed to be Masons from supposed to be some kind of red house Masons in blue house Masons. You know what I'm saying? You know, uh yeah, born yeah, a lot of team was on that. See, because claiming the unity. But see, here's one thing about unity, right? Most people want to unify under their banner and under their principles. And we can unify, but under what principles? You know what I'm saying? Like when you got, a black person who enters the army in the original in the Revolutionary War. All right, look, the white people ain't thinking what you thinking. When you got black people that enter the war, the Civil War, right? They unifying with the Union Army to try to fight for their freedom. But guess what? Abraham Lincoln is not thinking what you thinking. You unifying, but under his idea of what's going to happen to you and how that's going to be separate from what happens to him and his people. So yeah, we could be a team, but what we gonna call it? See, that's like, look, you start a company, say me and Rob Bourne start a company, is it going to be Rob Bourne and Darkim Incorporated, or is it going to be Darkim and Rob Bourne Incorporated? See, that's always the question. So, when these people come around, listen, you know how many years, months, and days, Muslims telling me, yo, you got to come in the mosque so we could be unified. No, why we got to be unified? We could be unified right here in the corner. How about that? You understand what I'm saying? Because see, is when you deal with chemistry, right? You got mixtures and you got compounds. See, a mixture is when you mix two things together, but both things keep their own properties. Like they mix together, so yeah, they added on together. Like if you got 1 pound of this and you got 1 pound of that, now you got 2 pounds. But see, it's like your food on the plate. You can mix up the peas and the rice, but see, I can still pick the peas out and I can still pick the rice out. See, that's different from a compound where both things lose their properties and become something else. See, like when you deal with H2O, hydrogen and oxygen is gases at standard temperature and pressure. Yeah, Rob Bourne, you gotta tell me how you do that, man. Like I go on Rob Bourne channel, he drop all kinds of signs, man. They don't cut him off. As soon as I get to some science, they cut me right off, man. And we talk about basketball, they let it roll. But as soon as I start getting to this, science, man, these direct applications of the mathematics, man, they cut me off. They don't want me to take it to that level. But like I was saying, hydrogen and oxygen at standard temperature and pressure is gases. But see, once they come together to form the compound H2O, right? Now it's a liquid at standard temperature and pressure. See, I'm not going to become a liquid with you. I'm going to stay gas. Look, you stay gas. We can mix it. Look, we all air. We all air. We together. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, dude, remember Friday? The dude said, yo, we homies, it's our bike and everything, like both of us. But I'm saying, my pop, he be tripping. He kind of like if I keep it over at our house. You know, that's me. Yeah, we cool, we brothers. You know what I'm saying? But I kind of like keeping my signs. You know, now I seen him around. I seen him around like in the street. We. I said peace to him before because I realized that he just got caught up. You see what I'm saying? On the strength, that, when the way the 5% was taught when I was coming in is, look, whoever's the best knower over here, that's your fault, whatever happened. So he was somebody who came around and nobody told him, yo, look, you can't do that. Like don't start that over here. You know what I'm saying? He's from the generation where, they filming everything and they saying all this stuff and they putting it on the internet. That's how he got, he really got caught up in it. You know what I'm saying? You gotta, this was the lesson to tell you, man. A man is held responsible for what he knows right. You know what I'm saying? You know, he didn't know. You know what I'm saying? And it was tough the way that happened. You know what I'm saying? But it was just one of them things, man, where the 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 consequences of your actions. You know what I'm saying? Uh, sometimes whether you know what you're doing or not, it don't change the consequences of your actions. You know what I mean? I'm talking about the impact that it has on the world. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, born. This is high power right here. Uh, our elders had the job of teaching those that do not know. Today we are tasked with the burden of teaching them and those that think they know. Yeah, that's the worst person. That's the worst person I ever encountered. Just as a personality, that's the worst. See, that's the issue with teenagers. You see, once you get to the teenage years, I'm just talking about it within families. Not saying in terms of us teaching babies. You know what I'm saying? But once somebody get to that age, that's the you understand what I'm saying? See, I don't know too much Quranic science, but God says here the Holy Quran tells them not to take Christians and Jews as friends, and if you become a Mason, you are joining a brotherhood with who the Quran tells them not to be friends. Rich Lass, welcome to the channel. Yeah, yeah, he was a Muslim Sufi boy. He, I don't know, you know, but you got 1,000 people that would, isn't Madame Blavatsky and Helena Blavatsky the same person? Now, see, God, different type of divine, that's what it is that you got to realize that, listen, the secret, right, that the Masons is keeping is a secret, even in the secret that the Masons is keeping is a secret, even within the Masons. My grandmother was a worthy matron, like in the Masons in the Eastern Stars. She was in the I think the Queen Esther. You know what I'm saying? And she was that's the head of the lodge for the females, is the worthy matron. You know what I'm saying? And then for the men, you have the worthy master, and then you got the worshipful master, who's the second in command. I can't recall what the second in command is for the Eastern Stars. You know what I'm saying? And when I was 16, 17, I was taking them through it. You know, I I was dropping the signs of what they square and compass and what the G means and all that. See, just like I was telling y'all yesterday, man. Geometry is the form of mathematics where things take form and take shape. You know what I'm saying? When we start to build things, everything that we see around us is a geometric shape. You know what I'm saying? We got circles, cylinders, spheres, etc., etc. And each one of them have certain properties. You know what I'm saying? Certain strengths. You know, the dome has certain properties in terms of how strong, of a structure it makes. The arch has certain properties in terms of how strong of a structure that it makes. You understand what I'm saying? When you're dealing with civil engineering, like I said, that is really a sign of, advanced geometry. See, that's when those numbers that you just learning on the number line, that's when they become real. See, when you start to deal with that level of mathematics, right? Where you deal with the whole numbers, the real numbers, the integers, etc., etc. Negative numbers is not really real. Like you can't be -2 years old. You can't have -$10. I know theoretically you could be in debt. The balance of your account could be in the negative, but that don't exist. Like it's in the negative because you don't have money. Money doesn't exist in your account. But see, for the sake of being able to, put put these shapes on a graph. You know what I'm saying? When you dealt with that graph with the x-axis and the y-axis, right? The things that's left of the zero was given a designation as negative. So that's another thing why I have never really been intrigued by that because I feel like I ran through that when I was a young kid. Something I was looking at Zoom. I was going to start using Zoom, but I couldn't figure it out at first. But then I figured out what I got to do. So and plus I see with the Zoom you can get a telephone number. So I'm a I'm gonna get the what's the name over there for a month to try it out. Kendall Rowland said Lincoln didn't have a moral compass. Lincoln wanted to preserve the Union. What do you think the Great Migration from the South to the North happened? Lincoln didn't have notice set up for. Yeah. Well, listen. Like I said, Lincoln had his ideas. Everybody else, like for instance, one of the reasons why is so many, before the Great Migrations, one of the reasons why so many Black people in D.C. and their history is so deep. Like if you notice, people that's from D.C. their history is deep out there. Like a lot of people in D.C. is related because they first went there after the Civil War thinking that Abraham Lincoln had some kind of plan for them. He had a plan for them, all right. Take your ass back. Hold on, let me get the link here. Right, Kendall Rowland, right. They was catching hell in the South after the war, so they figured they go around Lincoln and he was going to protect them. Guess that didn't last long. Theoretically, wouldn't -2 years be 2 years before he was born? No, you wasn't born. You just wasn't born. everything starts from knowledge, man. Like I said, for the sake of being on the graph, you see what I'm saying? Over time, remember, in the base 10 number system, the zero first was just a placeholder. It wasn't a number. You understand what I'm saying? That's something that evolved over time. You know what I'm saying? But no, that's not -2 years. Oh yeah, he got me with that one. I didn't like that one at all. Mr. Spock, when he said that my son stands for the mothers of sons, and every human being comes from the womb. So the Moorish Masons also teach the divine feminine. Man means mine. Their prayer says Allah's the Father. You know, that's it. Yeah, I didn't like that. Where it appeared that he was saying that the moon and the star, it appears that he was saying the moon and the star stood for Mary and Jesus. That he was saying Mason, the MA, is Ma, like some brothers call, mommy, ma, whatever, and her son. This kind of concept is what I recognize. I mean, don't get me wrong. I understand uh, the science of, you know, Isis and Horus. You know what I'm saying? Or what's the? I always forget the proper. What is it? Uh, who is it? Set and also I'm I speak English, but this Mary and Jesus concept is something that was used and particularly to blind us. You know what I'm saying? This wasn't something that it's not the same thing of what we saying when we deal with the 23 million square miles. You understand what I'm saying? Because once you get to Mary and Jesus, like even when you're dealing with Isis and Horus, you know what I'm saying? There's still what's the there's what's the father's name? I can't recall the dude that got ripped up by his brother, but he still exists. And there's still, something where, he has to come back somehow. You know what I'm saying? In order for ISIS to be able to get pregnant. This is different. This is distorted once he gets to Mary and Jesus. Right. -2 is not a number, it's just two steps in the other direction. Yeah, Masons wait 50 years for what we tell you the first day. See, we tell you better walk right up to you and tell you that you got it. See, my thing is, look, I ain't got 50 years, son. I don't got, listen, if I had to make somebody study for 35, 50 years, guess what? I didn't get to 35 years. I don't got time to be watching you for 35 years, let alone 50. Kendall Rowland said, I have two friends that are cousins, and one of them is a Mason in a Black Lodge, and the other one is a Mason in a White Lodge. The one in the Black Lodge said he joined the White Lodge for the connections. Yeah, but see, a lot of what they do is just throw parties. Like they collect monies, they collect money, uh, you know, throw parties, go to conventions, uh, you know, go to Atlantic City, gamble, that type of stuff. They, even the connections, in the black community, it's more akin, you know, um, to the like a kind of mutual aid society. You know what I'm saying? But the issue is once you go into the science of Prince Hall, he got his good points and his bad points. You know what I'm saying? Um, but in the I'm not well versed on his history, but just in terms of what he did, you know what I'm saying? Of you know, just like I was saying, where you trying to achieve this equality and this unity, right, under this Masonic banner, right? But the British Masons or the Scottish Masons or whoever put them down, they wasn't thinking what you was thinking, son. This is why we deal with mathematics. This is why we build with people, man, so we can see, all right, what is it that you trying to make born here? All right, I had it mixed up. So Asor is the father, and Osiris or Heru is the son. My fault. Thanks for that. Thanks for that correction. Yeah, and Set was the brother. Right. Asar was Aset husband. Heru was the son, or Jesus. Asar was torn apart by his brother Set. Got it. The MSTA sticks strictly to Noble Drew Ali's teachings. The other Moors have a lot of contradictions. Once you start using that mothers and sons language that's going into Masonry, they have totally different Yakub story as well. You know, uh, you know, we got the master of dealing with the MSTA, Encyclopedia Brown. I don't know. Have you checked that Encyclopedia Brown page? Encyclopedia Brown has been going in for about a week and a half, 2 weeks. Urban Gorilla, Jason Rosario TV. It was said the sunrise was a representation of Osiris fallacy erected. I mean, possible. I don't, you know, uh, for me, unfortunately, everything, all these things, I got to start researching now. You know what I'm saying? Because, that's the, kind of the drawback. You know what I mean? Is because I was so ingrained in this. You know what I'm saying? At a time when we was taught, listen, study your lessons before you get into everything else. So a lot of these other things, the Dr. York signs, the MSTA signs, the Kemetic signs. So I didn't even know there was Kemetic signs until I would say that was like the 2000s when I really knew. I mean, don't get me wrong, I knew about Kemet. I knew about Kemetic principles and all of those types of things, but I'm saying that there was a whole community of people that was dealing with that. I didn't even know that until 2000. Mr. Spock said unions, firemen, carpenters, CO, etc. See, when you deal with those guilds, right, uh, and their relation to masonry, one thing I got to deal with is that the science of building, you know what I'm saying? I'm talking about just making buildings was sacred. You know what I'm saying? That's why when you look at Europe, right? How many times you look at Europe and they show you somebody that had a nice house, like just a regular person, like how right now they'll just show you houses that people got on Long Island, or they'll just show you, regular citizens, they house in L.A. You got a little house in Malibu by the beach or whatever, and it's a nice house. People in that wasn't the case in Europe. See, the science of building was applied to castles and churches. And the knowledge on how to build, right? Because they didn't have no knowledge to build before that, the knowledge on how to build was seen as sacred and something to be protected. You understand what I'm saying? And so, you know, of course, now we doing things by signs and symbols, how to use the different tools. You know what I'm saying? Like, remember, you talking about a time when people is illiterate, and here you come with a compass. These people don't know how to count. So all this knowledge was seen as sacred, you know what I'm saying? And then, I don't know exactly where the transition was made. You know what I'm saying? But, you still see uh that science existing right now, So now it's not so necessary that the science is sacred, right? But membership in the unions, the builders unions, is what's sacred. You know what I'm saying? So if you want to be a carpenter, you know what I'm saying, you know, that's a sacred science. Is the unions is a lot of family business. You know what I'm saying? I'm not in no union, so I don't really know specifically how it works, but for the most part, especially, historically, unions is something your family, because somebody got to sponsor you or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So, if you get in through a family member, and this was started, because that's a whole science too. I don't know if you know the science of what is it? What's the biggest union right now? I'm pretty sure what is it? The is it the UF of A or something? But basically, whatever is that biggest union, right? Sometime in the 1890s or early 1900s, I think it was Samuel Gompers. Somebody could check this, you know what I'm saying, and correct me if I'm wrong. I think it was Samuel Gompers sometime in the late 1890s or early 1900s, right? There was actually two unions that was major unions at the time. You know what I'm saying? And the American government gave uh gave the union that still exists right now, they gave them an advantage over the other union, but they had to promise to keep black people out. See what I'm saying? So this is another source, right? Of okay, you got this union, right? Now you got, like I said, this is during that time when you got the immigrants coming in. You got the Jewish immigrants coming in. You got the Irish immigrants is still coming in. You got the Italian immigrants is coming in. And so they come in here to get jobs, right? Okay, you going in the union. One of the first things they tell you is, listen, you can't be bringing no black people over here. So see, from the very beginning, they seeing that okay, if I join this thing called white, I'm gonna be able to live. Yeah, the Teamsters. That's their name. There was actually another union that there was another uh union that existed, side by side with them, you know what I'm saying, in the 1800s, but that union got vanquished once the Teamsters, uh is it the Teamsters? I think the Teamsters is a part of that union. I got wait a minute, let me see if I can pull that up. guess. While I'm waiting for that, I gotta. Wait, what did happen? Just kick myself out. So what about metaphysics? Well, what do you mean by metaphysics? Because metaphysics is one of the things where I see, it's like a wide range of what's considered metaphysics. You know what I'm saying? Have I read the Aquarian Gospel of Jesus Christ? Yes, I've read the Aquarian Gospel of Jesus Christ. Uh, the Masonic community has lost the meanings of those rituals. It's only a social club now in a form of networking. Indeed, the same with the fraternities. You know what I'm saying? I mean, yeah, they still, is a kind of mutual aid society, but, like hazing and all of this stuff. The original goal of those individuals was to foster education. They still had some negative ideas, in terms of the talented 10th, the idea of the talented 10th that uh, there was only specific black people, who had the amount of culture and the amount of intelligence that it would take to go and be successful in, mainstream society with the Europeans. You know what I'm saying? And so but at the time, their idea was to have this 10% go uh because they the talented 10th, right? I'm not just saying 10% because the talented 10th, that's what that means. You know what I'm saying? This talented 10th, they was gonna uh you know sponsor them and foster them to go and get education, and then they were supposed to come back, you know what I'm saying, and uplift the rest of the community. You know what I'm saying? But once they got into position, once they got into the benefits of the education and the advantage that they were sponsored to have, they formed their own uh unit, and not all of them. You know what I'm saying? Some of these people ended up being uh the first teachers at Howard University. You know what I'm saying? Well, black teachers, they ended up being the teachers that was teaching the Thurgood Marshalls and the Martin Luther Kings, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I'm saying? To continue, some type of agitation for freedom, justice, and equality for original people. You know, but the vast majority of them went on to become, the kind of the NAACP crowd, you know, some people call them the Boule, et cetera, et cetera. Stolen Legacy, I've read that. Yeah, that's another thing. You're right about that, Mr. Spot. In terms of, back in in the 80s, in the 90s, only certain people was really on the street heavily. You know what I'm saying? And I don't really recall the MSTA being on the street. I mean, they probably was, and I missed it, but they wasn't, in the places where I was being. I was seeing, like you said, the Hebrew Israelites. You go down to 42nd Street, You know, in the 90s at least, not so much in the 80s, but in the 90s, you go on 42nd Street, it'd be like 50 of them over there on by 8th Avenue. You know what I'm saying? Like on uh, like where the New York Times is now, it used to be a parking lot right there, and you see them there. They used to have a whole stage and everything. You know what I'm saying? Uh, the Dr. York was strong. You know, they would be out. You know, you would go to Jamaica Avenue in Queens, Fordham Road, uh, 14th Street. You know what I'm saying? Anywhere where it was high traffic people. You know, 149th Street, Grand Concourse. You know what I'm saying? They was out. You know, on the streets. You know, being seen and heard. A lot of these people, you know, they just coming in the game right now. You know, if you ask me, you know, but I wasn't, you know, I was living in my world of, you know, being young at the time. You know, I could tell you what I saw. Chakras. Yeah, see now we, you know. I mean, listen, it's like in the movie, it's like in the movie, what's the name of that movie with Denzel Washington? Look, it's not what you know, it's what you can prove. So you know the chakras, they could be real. But right now, we really can't prove it. You know what I'm saying? You know, uh we you know, I guess it's more research that the you know more like maybe left to be given. You know what I'm saying? See, I always keep an open mind. You know about whatever it is. I keep an open mind. But you know, the chakras, like I said, you might know it, but right now, nobody can really prove it. You know what I'm saying? Because remember, you know, Eastern medicine. You know, people like to refer to the Eastern medicine. Look, when you read their books, they got a lot of dumb stuff in there too. You know what I'm saying? You know, this idea that everything that happened in the ancient times, see, that's another part of the mythology that we kind of picked up from the Bible, from being in religion, right? And you have these religious figures, you know what I'm saying, who was holy and infallible, and these people who was, you know, for whatever reason, they was worthy of, you know, speaking directly to God, you know, having direct, you know, God, you know, split the Red Sea in order to save these people. You know what I'm saying? So we look at them as having, you know, some type of, you know, greater knowledge. But see, that is not our science. See, our science is that knowledge is infinite and that the babies is the greatest. So see, if you're telling me that the pinnacle of all humanity was 2,000 years ago, then we might as well go ahead and jump in the Atlantic Ocean. What's the point of us building? What's the point of us building if we ain't getting no place? Like what are we dealing with? The Tower of Babel? If we didn't get no place, if we haven't elevated, then all those people gave their lives for nothing. All those struggles that people went through where we say, yo, you know, if I was in slavery time, man, yeah, I would have did this. You know, I wouldn't have went for that. Yeah, okay. You know, you say to have your point of view, but I'm saying that the trials and tribulations that those people went through, if we ain't never going to elevate, what was their point? What we doing here? Right, yeah, these are the terminologies what they use. Operative, Phil G. All right, peace. Make sure you hit the like button. Everybody, make sure you hit the like button because that's how we get the alerts out there. Yeah, operative masonry and speculative masonry. Right, that's when it turned into. Uh, you know, that's the terminologies. I just don't know the exact time when it happened. Hold on, let's bring in Encyclopedia Brown. Let's be, he probably got some
Peace,
specific
peace,
points.
peace, peace.
Peace. Let
The
me think.
Muslim Sufi 5% connection. Yeah, I want to see that video. So I need the link so I can go look at it and
I
have some
think
fun. I
did
want
I
to have
send it?
fun.
Did I send it to you? I might have sent it to you on the phone,
Oh, you did?
but it's definitely in my community tab though. It's
Okay, so I'm going to go check that out so I can have some dissecting fun.
yeah, but he had a guy in there that he was saying that he came over here. He was the teacher of Blavatsky, you know, but he was a little bit off. He was crazy.
Yo, man, yo. Muslim Sufi connection.
Yeah, something I always wanted to know.
Mm-hmm.
What is a Muslim?
Uh, uh, 20th century word that they used, that Noble Drew Ali used.
Oh, that's okay. I didn't really listen. My whole life I always wanted.
Yo, that's
I
really
listen
what
to
it is. That's how they pronounce it. The same way how like they say Quran, they will say it in a different way and spell it different as well.
yeah. That
That's
used
just like an English, you know, the variation of language transfer. That's all.
yeah, that used to be like you know, when I guess you could say when we used to play the dozens, we used to be making jokes. That's something that brothers would say. But yo, you're not even Muslim, you Muslim.
Yeah, I mean, what the hell is that? I mean, but yeah, you gotta give me text me an email. I'm gonna send you this book on this subject right here. On It's called The Arithmetic and Theology. That's gonna blow yours right there. As soon as you open the book and read the first page, oh, you gonna be like, yo, what the hell? What's this? You'll be like, yo, this is supreme math all day. You're gonna have a heart attack when you read that, son. You might read it in one day.
Right,
But yeah,
right.
the only connection I really see is number one, those lessons ain't our lessons. You know what I'm saying? They came from Elijah Muhammad. All right. And I spoke about this, I think, on one bill I was doing. And the question and answer format, that's something that comes from the church. Those are called like catechisms. So when we come to the black community, the first person who does that is Marcus Garvey. And he has a book called the what's it called? The Negro Instruction, some catechism. And then the questions are, who is God? Who is this? Where is Africa? And who is that? And that was a form of method of teaching that people use. However, those question and answer format is in Masonry. However, in Masonry, they are called degrees. However, the same way like how they got Muslim mosques, that's what they call them now, but they wasn't called that before. They were called temples, and and they were numbered. So Masonic lodges has numbers to them, lodge 450 or whatever, and then you'll have temple number 7, temple number. So we can see the influence because most of these people were that. And Elijah Muhammad tells you he was a Freemason. He tells you that in his book. And then he
Hmm.
gives you his interpretation of what he says Haram Abdip is. However, though, we don't have no secret, yo. Ain't no secret. There's no, like, the mode of masonry to me, the only thing that is African in that, all that comes from the original man, is the way that it's taught. And that's like, yo, you gotta learn this foundation before you move to the next. And you have different symbology that they took from Egypt and took from Muslims and added their own little twist to it or whatever. Because they all come from translation movements. So the Greeks have a translation movement, and that is they translate in the Egyptian text. So this is how they learn the science. Then you have the Arabs who come and they have a translation movement, and they make these things called like the House of Wisdom and all these other stuff in the Byzantine Empire. What they do is they translate all the Greek texts. So now they come in early with this. scientific approach on geometry. If you look at how all their art is, it's all in geometric figures, and all of this comes from that. So this is where they learned about the esoteric history and that. Then you have the European. He has the Latin translation movement where he translates the Arabic stuff. That science is what takes them out of the dark ages, because now they learning like, yo, I'm not sick because spirit is making me sick. I'm sick because, yo, this could be a virus medicine. They learn evolution from the Arabs. This is where it came from. It don't come with Darwin, it comes from them. So when you look at it, but originally, where did that science come from? I mean, so when it comes to the math, this is why I want to send you this book, and then you will get exactly where I'm coming from. When we look at our alphabet and we look at even numbers, all that is like man looking at nature and basically assigning principles to numbers that become universal. When you look at them alphabet and just look at what we do, when you say, okay, today's the 23rd, why do you add 2 and 3 to get 5? Why are you doing that? And you say, oh, I'm born in, oh, today is wisdom, understanding, or being born, power, refinement. Or you just use today's math. Do the same thing. Why are you doing that? Where did that come from? What is that even called? Is this history, or is this something that was made up? Why do we take the letters of the alphabet and assign numbers to them? And why do we add? What is that called? So when you look at that right there, that's coming from what you call the abjad alphabet. And abjad is an alphabet that has numbers attached to it, which have a meaning. So you have Hebrew alphabet is like that, where all of the whole entire alphabet has multiple meanings and there's numbers assigned to the parts of the letter, right? And it changes the whole meaning of how you see the Bible because it's mathematics or theoretic mathematics. Then you have the Arabic alphabet that come after that. But why are you pointing these numbers out? So when you look at it, all of these sciences will go from 1 to 9 or 1 to 10, and they'll tell you that 9 is the highest number. So these 9 numbers represent the principles of creation. Every number after that repeats itself. Therefore, they add these numbers. But did we make that up? Did that come from the Father? Where'd you get that from? So I've been on a search looking for this, and I found it. Well, you know, when I have a chance to add on and so show stuff so you can see how I did this, I seen it. And I also saw the Moors doing this. So I see a book in the 40s from the dude that left the Moorish Science Temple. What is his name? Kirkman Bay. He has a book called the something calendar or something. I can't remember off my head because it's kind of late. And in his book, it's all astrology and it has mathematics in it. It's not like how we have it, but all of these numbers have assignments to them of this is man, this is woman, and the woman is the original Asiatic black woman. And this, I'm like, what the hell is this shit? Where'd you get that from? You know what I mean? And it's all gonna trace back to this esoteric science and wisdom that comes on down, son. It's all gonna trace back to it. Cause I was like, why are we blowing numbers out? Why are we doing that? Why are you adding numbers in the alphabet? Where'd you get that from? Is that Masonic? No. You can see principles and stuff in it, but it goes back. So like when you talk about the Sufi, right? I got this book, right? I wish I could show this shit on the screen, man. Because I have it in my hand now. And it's from Sinro Bokar, a student and teacher. He has like a diagram. And these diagrams give, let me see. I'm gonna flip my screen and put it here because I'm not on my computer. Oops. So if you can see that, if you can, it's a diagram that has alphabets next to the numbers. However, this is the name of the book, so you can see the book. Right? There's a path here, and this path is called the first point. Is actually number 9. So if I go here and pointing down there, you'll actually see it. So it has these 9 paths. And when you look right here, it goes from born to knowledge. And when you see it, you'll see these little seven, these nine paths, and then it's all dealing with a different form of Islam. I mean, so with that being said, does that mean that we dealing with Sufism because they adding on? They doing the same thing. They born in numbers out, and they have a whole different meaning of how you even look at the Quran. They doing that. So it'll say the all source of number is one, but one does not come from any other number. It is the symbol of supreme purity. It does not accept multiplication. So it'll go one times one equal one. So if you divide any number or anything, one always remains the same. Every number has to have one at its foundation. Thus, one is the foundation. The number nine, on the other hand, represents imperfectibility, materiality, because it cannot change. No matter what number is multiplied by nine, if one adds the digits, it will all go back to nine. So anyway, this is some ancient shit. I mean, but we have it in a different Pacific, a different way. Is that Masonic? No. Other than that, besides everything labeled as degrees, as far as using numbers to understand um things, no, there's no like correlation on one. But there is one thing, however, and that's that fourth degree in the 114. That right there plays out one of the rituals in in Masonry. I mean, but is that when you say the words, the 5% and the connect, you wrong when you start there because them lessons don't come that we have a different understanding of it. We are the ones who put the understanding to the lessons based off of a foundation that we have called math. The original writers of this, I don't know what Elijah was thinking when he did that. But when you start talking about that, a desert and running across that, all of that right there is a part of a ritual. And then you'll hear people talk about the 35 to 50 years. I don't know about that. I never seen that. But people will say that's Shriners or whatever. I don't know about that. I mean, however, what I did find is that's in there and I seen it. So everything else, what else are we talking about? And you pointed out when you was talking about geometry and we dealing with numbers and we dealing with height, depth, and things of that nature. You're gonna be forced to deal with that because that's supreme mathematics. That's the order of the goddamn universe. It's a language within itself.
Mhm.
That's why I stick with this for that purpose there, because me understanding supreme mathematics and how I look at the lessons, that's a total different thing. That's my personal thing. But that right there to me, the math is the foundation. But that's what I got for that though. But yeah, it's crazy, bro.
Right.
It's it's crazy.
Is L7 in the room? Because I had sent L7 something dealing with one of the signs she was dealing with, which I knew about that science, but I didn't know all the details. You know what I'm saying? In terms of the origin of the Shriners, I knew that they had attended some party, and then this was like some type of costume play that they was doing at first. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Right.
But
You want
it actually says it on their website. They don't say it was costume play, but they do admit that they just got that from the party.
yeah. The guard asked is truth a square, the 20th letter. I mean, where did that come from? I mean, that's a language that, you know, what is the yeah. You can say that, but that's knowledge that we've been privy to. But what does that mean to you? I mean, how do you see it? So I guess it's getting as close to the root as you possibly can to see what the gods meant when they made that. But yeah, where'd you get the square
Mhm.
from?
So
When we
is
say
there
we
is
standing on our
there
square,
any
God. Hmm.
is there any like because it appears to be a movement, you know what I'm saying, whether you're talking about uh the guy that they was talking about in that they were saying that he came from Arabia or something and he was a teacher of Blavatsky. You got the guys from the Ahmadiyya movement, you know, different people. Is there like some kind of formal idea, like there's some kind of formal thing in Islam where you know, why did so many people end up in America at approximately the same time?
Um, it was the immigration period. That's really it. There's no, you have
Mm,
industrialization coming aboard. You have a big influx of Irish people coming in. You have a lot of people coming from India, and you have what do you call these dudes? These Bangladeshi dudes. You have people coming from
Bangladesh.
Iran. You have the people coming from Iran. So when you study that, you look at the cities where they're going. A lot of them are going to Detroit. They're going to Chicago, and they're going to other parts of the country. But to get a good understanding of basically all of this that we talking about here, gotta get this book, God. I'm gonna put it on the screen. See the name of this book?
Hmm.
See what it
Yeah.
says there, the date? This is it right here, son. How all of this stuff enters the African community. Let me show you what they got on their heads. Look at this weird. Look at this shit. So remember we talking about the black man. He has a sword on the top of his head so that he knows he can't reveal the truth. Okay. What are these black men doing? What the what's on top of their heads? You see them. You see them. You see them. All of this enters the black community in something called the Columbian Exposition in the 1800s, and it's by this guy here, John George Jones. And the name of the temple he makes is the Palestine. This guy right here, he makes the Palestine temple. Then you're going to see the temple of Medina, the temple of Mecca, and then you will see the Asiatic calendar that has nothing to do with the Nation of Islam. And then it has dates that will blow your mind, and you'll be like, where in the universe, how did that get in Elijah Muhammad's lessons? I'll just leave that alone. It's
Hmm.
crazy, God. But this is how I get
They
it.
got, is it the same kind of, is it the, like, do the dates line up with what Elijah is saying?
Um, two of the dates. When you look at the dates where it say like how we say 15,022 and 6,022, this person, you gonna see that right there. That shit crazy, son. You gonna
Mm,
laugh when you see it. It's just bugged out, son, and you gonna be like, oh, damn.
mm,
So the influence is all of those Masonic things. Like people say, Marcus Garvey wasn't Mason, he wasn't, but he was influenced by it. No, Jew Ali was influenced by it. Elijah was influenced by it. So who the hell wasn't influenced by it? I'm saying, so like that's just what it is. But when you make a, I didn't watch this video. I'm curious to watch it. But when you do that, and you be like, "Yo, this is that," you have to go what we teach and how we see it and what we're actually saying. And when you do that, you're gonna come up with something different. He should have titled it different. I mean, and talked about the history because you can find the direct connections. You don't see the father being a part of no lodge or anything. I never heard of him saying anything about them at all. We don't have no secret. Our secret is
mm,
what? What is our secret? We don't say that you have to. No, yeah, you have to go through degrees in order to get specific understanding. But our duty is to teach and teach those who do not know and teach the youth. These dudes, on some other hand, is on something else. But in reality, they don't even have a secret. You know what I'm saying? So once you get to your
yes.
once you get to your third degree, that's it. Everything else is just some add-on shit. But you know, that's another story. But at the end of the day, this Muslim and the sun and all that other stuff is crazy, man. And then you get to that point. You know what I mean, and the lesson when it said, "Who is his own self?" His own self is a righteous Muslim. What does that mean to you? We could play etymology
Mm-hmm.
games and be like, well, Muslim means, man of peace. And, I think that should have been his own self is God. His own self is I God. That's what I would have said. I mean, but what did the person mean when he read that? So those people was a part of they are part of the Abrahamic faiths, and they put their own understanding to it. I'm not saying my own self is a righteous Muslim. I'm not a Muslim at all. Period. I don't describe to it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know what he means when he says Muslim. What do you say? How you said it, God? Muslim son. You know what I'm saying?
Muslims.
Muslim
Yeah.
son, right? That's what
I
it
know.
said,
You
right?
know what? I start. Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Um. So in terms of the the Abrahamic type of faiths that I see you dealing with, right? To me, it seems like the kind of master stroke of both of them, right, is the Roman Empire and the Ottoman Empire. You know what I'm saying? Where these two empires had dealings in that area, you know what I'm saying, of what they call the Middle East now. And through them, you know, these things kind of spread around the world because of the size that those empires reach. You know what I'm saying? How much of what people have in the Abrahamic, just because, like, for instance, you deal with Islam, you got to separate the actual religious stuff from just the Arabic practices. Some of them, like the Hajj, been going on from before the 700s. You know what I'm saying? So how much is filtering in? Just like they saying that with the Jews, a lot of things is filtering in just from the Canaanite world. You know what I'm saying?
When you say how much is filtering into what of the Abrahamic,
Like
are you?
how much, like for instance, a lot of things that when we deal with Christianity, you know what I'm saying, we dealing with especially Catholicism, we dealing with a continuation of the Roman Empire. You know what I'm saying? Uh, you know, so when we get these Abrahamic faiths, you know what I'm saying, to when they spread out to the world, they basically spreading out through the Roman Empire and the Ottoman. Well, even before the Ottoman Empire, you got the Umayyads and all of that, but the Ottomans is the ones that's in control when all of these people start coming to America.
Mm. So I'm trying to get it. Are you saying how much does the Abrahamic uh faiths influence the NOI and us? Or you just saying how much does it influence all of this esoteric
Just
science?
in general, all the people. You know what I'm saying? Like for
Okay,
instance,
so
like for instance, a lot of which I go through with the Hebrew Israelites, where it's like, well, if it wasn't for the Roman Empire, you know what I'm saying, and then the events in Europe that caused the Protestant separation, and then we end up with the King James version, right?
mm-hmm.
Would you be Hebrew Israelite? You understand what I'm saying?
Oh,
You
I
know,
get you.
and
Yeah, so
and 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 how much of that is just King James shit, you know what I'm saying? And how much is actual?
yeah, so I mean, you hit it on the nose. Like, if you gotta like, there's multiple different Bibles before the King James Bible. How do we get that? You know what I'm saying? Why did that be the one that permeated through America? So you kind of answer that. When you deal with, black people, like, this nation is built off of the Bible. Period. We are in America because of what? The Crusades. We are in here. We are here. The slave trade happened because of the Crusades. Islam fighting Christianity. This is why we got here. This is what we here for. That is what brought it forth. That's what the European was looking for in the Ottoman Empire, trying to defeat them. They were looking for gold and a mystical character named Prester John, somewhere that's supposed to be in some distant land. And once they found him, they thought that they would get all this other stuff and the Fountain of Youth and all this other pseudo stuff. They believed that shit. and they ran into us, and this is how we got here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so for me, I mean, like I was telling you earlier, like this whole Abrahamic faith is the root of a whole bunch of our problems, man. Like we didn't know about Islam until the Arab brought it there. We didn't know about that. And I'm meaning in West Africa, we ain't know nothing about that. We ain't know nothing about Christianity and none of that. The moment that we accept that, that's when, the problems start happening. You are infidel. You're a pagan. Christians call you pagan. Muslims call you kafir and all this other shit. I mean, so when you live with black people, now it's different because, we were, most of us were Muslims before we got to America. And some wasn't. And most people were Christians. The first people who came to America, black people, were Christians. So now you have all of this going on. So when you look at the Nation of Islam, it's based in the Abrahamic faith. Period. No way around it. No Abrahamic faith, no Masonry. And I'm gonna say that again. No Abrahamic faith, no Masonry. That shit is attached to the Bible. It is attached to the stories that exist in there. There's them changing the story of Haram, of Biff, and all that other stuff. No Bible, no Masonry. Masonry comes out of guilds, and that comes from the Catholic Church. This is where it comes from. You know what I mean? The Egypt stuff, I explained how that stuff got in there, how they got the symbols and stuff. But them degrees, like you said, them shits don't exist on no wall in Egypt. You're not gonna go there and find, the third degree is this shit. That shit don't exist on no writing nowhere. That's not our shit. You know what I mean? So for me,
So
we need to make our own shit.
Kendall Rowland got a good question.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Kendall Rowland asked a question. Is the black man is God? Is that actually the teachings of the Shriners?
No, that's not their thing. And that group, first and foremost, that group comes from the people who are in circuses, the guy Fleming and all that. Those are all theater performers. That's what that is made by. There's nothing special about it at all. It ain't no secret science. There ain't none of that. They make up stories, bro. Talking about they got the 98th degree from the Temple of Egypt. Where the hell is that at? Like they made that shit up. I mean, so in order to be China's are Masons, right? But when you join that, you have to believe in God, bro. You don't have to believe in a Christian God. You don't have to. You got to have some form of spirituality and bear witness to a creator. I don't bear witness to a creator. We don't bear witness to a creator. I don't bear witness to that. So when you saying reveal the secret, where'd you get that from? If you didn't see that in the lessons, where would you get that from? You get it from them. They don't want you to reveal what they're doing and how they're doing their organization. No organization will want you to do that. If you a gang member and you get caught giving out their lessons, off with your goddamn head. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Off with your head.
Mm-hmm.
What you doing
Yeah,
giving out our information?
that's what I tell people, that it's never been a group of people that didn't have business they ain't want other people to know. It's never
We gonna kill you off with your head. And we
ever
need to
in it.
go back to that. And we need to adopt that. We need to do that. Everybody shouldn't know exactly what the hell we doing. And that's the truth. They should know that what we actually doing and teaching, but when we moving and we trying to build something, like that ain't for everybody.
Mm. What you said, FDJ Beach, you said it would be Peace of the God Rob Bourne adds on to what? All right, where's all the questions at, man? Y'all always asking me all this stuff. You got Encyclopedia Brown.
Nah, you know the same shit I know, yo. You know the same shit I know. I don't know what the hell you talking about.
This,
You just be
this the
acting.
time.
You be acting funny. You be trying not to. You be trying not to answer certain shit and put it on me. You be knowing. Well, he gonna say it. I ain't gonna say it. He gonna say it. Yo, Let me tell you how I found out about you, God. Let me tell you how I found out about you. I heard you talk about Lord Murray L. So I'm watching this video. Allah does not teach this. And I'm like, what the hell is this? And I'm looking at the video. I see you standing up in the school. Yeah, God, but yo, I'm saying though, like, yo, Lord, where you get that from? We don't do that. Yeah, I'm like, oh shit. If I have to move on them. and now we here on 2020. We here 2020 online. You see these dudes asking me these controversial questions. You just sitting there like, I ain't teach that. Yo, God, we don't teach that here. He ain't gonna get me, yo. He trying to set me up, y'all. He trying to set me up. I just want y'all to know. He asked me about the Asiatic, the Yaku. He trying to get me. He trying to get me. He know the answer to all these questions. He knows. He know.
Yeah, see, because see, one thing I realized a long time ago, man. You know what I'm saying is that we got a lot of we got a lot of concepts that, like I said, is filtered to us through so many other things. You know what I'm saying? That when we go back, we gotta realize that the ideas a lot of times is right and exact. You know what I'm saying? But the terminologies that we got, you know what I'm saying? Like we know this is a particular landmass. You know what I'm saying? Like that's me. I had this conversation with people for decades. Like, look, well, what should we call Africa? You know what I mean? Al Line, all of these different names that people come up with, it's a decision that we gotta make. You know what I'm saying? Because, when we lost our language, we lost all our terminologies too. You know what I'm saying? Whatever we called things, whatever was our name for this or that, we lost all of that. You know what I'm saying? The history, what happened in this situation and what happened in that situation, we lost all of that. But lots of people lost their history like that. You know what I'm saying? The Greeks, the Greeks lost their history. The Olympics that we got right now, they tell you that it's from the Greeks, but the first Olympics was in I think 1896. You know what I'm saying? But other people had the Greek history, you know what I'm saying, recorded as a what is this? Is Bitcoin a mystery god? Nah, man. I mean, do people worship it? I don't, in terms of, everything can be seen by the naked eye. You see what I mean? You gotta remember, you got more than one uh uh sense, you know what I mean? In terms of, you got things that you can smell. You know what I'm saying? Is the smell of dinner a mystery god? No. You know what I'm saying? There's other things that we can there's other ways that we have, you know what I'm saying, of absorbing knowledge. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, that's what the eyes is. It's just a way for you to absorb, your surroundings around you. You know what I'm saying? There's lots of things, uh, for instance, they got uh that story about how they gave three blind people, they put three blind people around an elephant. And so because they couldn't see the elephant, they had to reach out and touch the elephant to try to figure out what it was. But one person touched the side of the elephant, so he thought it was a wall. You know what I'm saying? One person touched the trunk of the elephant, he thought it was a snake. You understand what I'm saying? All of these is just different ways. We got five senses, you know what I'm saying? Because all of them together give us a well-rounded view. You understand what I'm saying? We could have a complete view of what something is. So like I said, let's say you gotta play the fool. You know what I'm saying? And let's say the plate of food has been sitting around for a minute, you know what I'm saying, and it's going bad. Now you might look at it and it still looks good. But then when you smell it, you like, all right, something's wrong with this. You know what I'm saying? So, because something can be seen by the physical eye, that doesn't make it a mystery God. You know what I'm saying? You know, when we say the mystery God, we talking about the magical white man that live in the sky. You know what I'm saying? We talking about, you know, this is not necessarily the mystery God, but these is other mysteries that equal up to the building block of of illusion. You know what I'm saying? You know, the mysterious rabbit that brings you the chicken eggs, the mysterious white man that lives at the North Pole, you know what I'm saying? The mysterious tiny lady that leaves money under your pillow when you lose a tooth. You see what I'm saying? See, they got to use these things because we live in educated times now. See, at the time when Christianity, even to this day right now, it's not a very high literacy rate in those Arabic countries. Not emotional. You see what I'm saying? So when you're dealing with the uneducated, you can just tell them, you know, yeah, that stuff that's falling on you out the sky, that wet stuff, yeah, that's because you know, you've been doing the wrong thing. You know, you've been doing the wrong thing because it's you know, that's one of the master strokes. That's one of the master one of the listen, certain things you gotta say, yeah, you sweet smart motherfucker shit. Let me tell you one of the master strokes, man, of Christianity is original sin. Because see, you was already born fucked up. But guess what? I got the program for you to get right. You just gotta drop a little change in right here. That's one of the master strokes. He said the origin of Bitcoin is a mystery. No, it's not. It's got to deal with blockchain technology. You know what I'm saying? It's you know, I'm not uh, an expert on the technical side of things, but the origin of it is not a mystery. You mean in terms of the people, the people who's behind it or whatever? You know, they may not be evident. You know what I'm saying? You know, they not right. You said no one knows who created it, but that don't make it a mystery. You know what I'm saying? Like all the science that was involved, you know, uh, is known, right? Quasar Quaco said, "I call Christianity the institution of the guilty conscience." You know what I'm saying? So they give everybody a guilty conscience at the beginning, because you know my thing about sinning, you know what I'm saying, is you know you kind of double dip in here, the mystery God. I'm saying, you know, in the form of like, look, first of all, I'm serving penalties for some people I'm serving penalties for some people that existed, you know, at a time that, you know, I wasn't here, right? Now, here's the thing. Those people paid for that. They got kicked out of the Garden of Eden. So I'm still paying now. But it's not over. Because of sin, you supposedly sent Noah and took out everybody, but you made a mistake because you left Ham. If Ham is the person who reintroduced sin to the world, right, by looking at Noah when he was naked, right, why you left him? Like if you this magical being that already know all is predestiny, you had to know that Ham was going to do that. So why you left him? You set us up, son. Then you got Jesus. Now Jesus supposedly died for all our sins, right? So why are we still paying for him? I haven't been able to figure that one out. Like what is, you know, I don't see why other people don't see that. Like it seems pretty obvious to me. This is a thorough scam here, man. You triple dipping. You know what I'm saying? And then I got to pay you. I got to put money. I got to pay my dues at the church to be a member in good standing. You know, this stuff is it gets nuts, man. But what you said here, FDJ Beats. God Cyber Divine. I don't know. Send it to my send it to the PayPal. Kendall Rowland said the early Christians were gangsters. They murdered anybody who didn't believe what they believed. Look at what they did to Galileo. Look at what they did to Copernicus. Yeah, those are like the middle. That's more towards the middle though. But the early ones was gangster too. Constantine was gangster. Now, Phil G, in terms of you saying it as a monetary system, you know what I'm saying, and what's really the the goals of the people who introduced it, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But mystery God, that's a little bit. FDJB said what we spoke about the other day, building on world history, starting at the Crusades, going all the way back before the Ice Age, all our civilizations from. Oh yeah, you're right. We were supposed to. I see. You're supposed to remember me. You're supposed to remind me of that. Uh, I don't know if Encyclopedia Brown is still in the what's names. You know what I mean? But yeah, that was a question that we had about going through these different civilizations, especially the ones that original people always uh try to connect themselves to. Like we was having a discussion about whether the Akkadians and the Sumerians was the original people, was the colored people. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of these people, we try to connect ourselves to people that don't have nothing to do with us. You know what I'm saying? But how will we know that if we don't really have no information, uh, about these civilizations? You know what I'm saying? Or a lot of times, we just hear about these people like the Samaritans. This is just a group of people that I remember from being a Christian. You know what I'm saying? That was some that they really was promoting, what I'm saying, the good Samaritan, and how you gotta be a good person. But I don't know who the Samaritans is. You know what I'm saying? Or like I watch a lot of the battles, when I'm watching the different debates, you know what I'm saying, and you see the Hebrew Israelites or the Moorish brothers, you know what I'm saying, affiliating themselves with different civilizations from before. And I really, to me, I don't know if these people even exist or not. You know what I'm saying? Read up on the 16 crucified saviors. I recall hearing about this, the 16 crucified saviors, but I don't what is who what was the science with that? So I said all the above questions I have personally asked nuns and priests at a young age. Not one came close to a decent answer. Yeah, I don't have too much experience with the Catholics. I mean, you know, see, with these things, and that's the next topic we're going to get into. You know what I'm saying? Dealing with the lessons, and King Me, what's going on, man? You see King Me in a minute. In terms of letting go mythology. You know what I'm saying? Uh, you know, See, like how the brother was saying just now that he asks, different questions, of the nuns and the priests. You know what I'm saying? You know, uh, sometimes you gotta realize that we've been taught a mysterious concept, right? And then we go about trying to show and prove it. And so We looking in Eastern philosophy for the magic button, for the button that's gonna make us be able to just shoot a light beam out of our eyes and zap the colored man. You know what I'm saying? We looking for some, special power that's gonna make you be able to breathe in the water or something. That plus, we dealing with cartoons and all of these things, they get ingrained in your mind. You know what I'm saying? Uh, so we come into the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? And then especially when we, when we dealing with the lessons. So now it tells you about Musa. You know what I'm saying? Or who we knew as Moses in the Christian world. It tells you about Yaqub, or who we knew as Jacob in the Christian world. But you didn't adjust your mind. You understand what I'm saying? To the fact that all of that is a particular world. All of that stuff is a particular world that you're dealing with. You know what I'm saying? And you can't always take something from this world. Like, see, right now, right? We on the planet Earth. We can't go to Venus and just live. We can't go to Venus and just exist. So by the same token, you got to leave certain things, in a certain world. So these type of religious teachings, these teachings about these people, like Moses and all of this, that's in the theological world. If you just dealing with the historicity, being able to prove that these people exist. See, that's not. If you still searching for that, you're gonna remain lost. You're more than likely gonna end up in the mosque. You understand what I'm saying? Because you still searching for that does not exist. If you looking in the lessons and you still searching for, what happened a lot, you looking in there and you still looking for how it could have rained for 40 days and 40 nights. You still looking for how the whole planet Earth could have been flooded. You're not gonna find it. You see what I'm saying? See, like you was saying with the format of 120. Check this out with the format of 120, right? 120 lessons is 6 statements, 79 questions, 79 answers, 22 facts. Of course, if you got the knowledge before a certain time, you got 20 facts. Has anyone ever noticed that? Then when you just look at the format of it, it's 6 statements, 79 questions, 79 answers, 22 facts. Now, if you're looking in there, for the answers to how to make, the best eggnog, then you're searching for that does not exist in it. And if you're looking in there, what I'm saying, for how it's going to show and prove people that you've already determined to be mythological, right? You're not going to find them neither. See, you also have to, in all of it, when we deal with the mythology, right, you got to realize that storytelling, right, is possibly storytelling, uh, pictures is possibly the most effective forms of teaching. See, that's one of the reasons why people find math hard because it's no stories. See, especially until you really get to the applied math topics, right? Once you get to the applied math topics, then things become a little bit realer. But you just sit there and learn how to count to 1,000, and then you just add in, 258 plus 479. You're multiplying 231 times 14. These things is more abstract. See, this is what's happening. You got to understand that in this right here, right, in every world, right here on the planet Earth, you got different worlds. Like when you look at the second degree, it tells you about the Christian world and the Asiatic world. See, the Christian world, when it tells you it's in the year 2000 BC, BC means before Christ, that's the Christian world. Then it says in the Asiatic world, it was in the year 11,000. See, when you read in 120, right, you in the wonderful world of Elijah Muhammad. See, a lot of other things, if you're looking for that, listen, man, let me tell you something. Elijah ain't really teach, there's no Quranic teachings, not in 120. Maybe in the other stuff that that I never really was exposed to. Like I've seen the problem book. You know what I'm saying? I've seen the whole thing, but I haven't studied it. You said here, yeah, this is the wonderful world of Elijah Muhammad. Well, look, and look. Let me keep it 100 with you. I keep it 100 with y'all. You know what I'm saying? Because we're not supposed to allow our emotions to supersede our intelligence. I'm keep it real with you. I like Elijah. I like Elijah. Shine, look, Elijah said certain things. Look, that's what he said, man. You know, Elijah said he meant Fard. Fard is from Arabia. Fard said he was alive. Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Look, that's Elijah's story, and he's sticking to it. You know what I'm saying? You know, if it was somebody else, I probably would scrutinize it. You know what I'm saying? A little bit more, but I like Elijah. You know what I'm saying? So I leave Elijah alone. But that's the world that you in. You in the wonderful world of Elijah Muhammad with big headed scientists, But see, you gotta understand, right, how to extract the knowledge out of that story. You understand what I'm saying? Parables, uh, fables, you know, different mythologies, you know, there's knowledge that's in there. You know what I'm saying? Now, don't get me wrong. I understand the aspect of debunking, separating people from, the concept. You have to, what they call, disabuse people of the concept that, certain things is literal. You see, there's things that you see in the life. Like, see, who's the big headed scientist? Who's the big headed scientist? This the person that don't want to listen. This the person that think they know everything. This is the person that you tell them, yo, listen, if you stay on the path you on, you're going to make devil. There's going to be some negative outcome to what you're doing. But the big head scientist, what he do? He don't listen. He keep right on ahead. As you said, the firstborn said they met Allah. The only thing I don't believe from Elijah is the mothership. Um, well, look, here's the thing. I don't believe in Elijah. You know what I'm saying? I like him. You know. Uh, you know, Elijah, positive elevation always corrects errors, applies to Elijah as well. That Elijah could have been misinformed, that Elijah could have made an error, you know what I'm saying? You know, uh, all of these different things that don't take him out the realm of being Elijah Muhammad. So, I'm not of the mindset that, because see, to me, that's another thing that we bring from the Christian world. You know what I'm saying? Is the knowledge of these infallible people, from John the Baptist to Elijah to Lot to Mary to Jesus, et cetera, et cetera. All of these people that's holy, all of these people that, never committed sin. You see what I mean? So see, I can look at it with an open mind and realize that okay, yeah, I'm in a wonderful world of Elijah Muhammad right now. I'm in a wonderful world of a person, what I'm saying, who, like y'all already discussed earlier, is freely Masonic. Mr. Spock said the problem is a straight Masonic style book. If you have 8 trillion apples every day for 500 years, how much would you have? You know, but well, with Nobuju Ali, I have less experience, with him. And, Nobuju Ali is one of the people that I put in the category of I'm not sure that the people that we see walking around right now is teaching anything that Nobuju Ali taught. You see what I'm saying? Now this is what Mr. Spock is saying. This is where the problem comes in at. See, for us, and this is one of the things that the brother asked a question yesterday about us being able to trace our root back to Allah. You know what I'm saying? About us, we here still walking amongst people who was there with Allah, since 1964. You see what I'm saying? And just having that steady, unbroken chain of history. Like right now, just look at it on a geopolitical scale, right? The most powerful peoples in the world, right, is the people with the longest chains of unbroken history. You understand what I'm saying? Meaning, let's just take the country of England. Their history goes back to like 1,000. Like 1,000 AD or something, it was dude, the first king of England, I think was Harold. And ever since then, they got the whole history lined up. This person came from that person, this person came in and conquered, this person took over, this person did some espionage, took over, whatever the case. You understand what I'm saying? And then when you look at us, you know what I'm saying? We can't link our history together. We can't refer back to those times. You know what I'm saying? Just like the brother was saying, FDJ Beach, how many empires, you know what I'm saying, could uh how many empires, African empires that is, right, could the average black person name? See, because that's one of the things that societies do. That's one of the things civilizations do. That's one of the things cultures do. Is they transmit knowledge, right? They transmit knowledge and wisdom over time and space. So right now, if you British, you got the knowledge that's been transferred to you, right? over the time and the space, you know what I'm saying? Like you don't live necessarily in the same space where this first King Harold lived. You don't live in the same time that that same King Harold lived. And see, that's where Encyclopedia Brown and the brothers on his page be coming through, where they saying that look, we got to reestablish our line of history because it's like that in a lot of places you go. You know what I'm saying? When you go someplace, they say people have what? Seniority because they got more history there than all the other people. You understand what I'm saying? When you look at the Europeans, their history, that's what they telling you. We go back to Rome, and before Rome, we go back to Greece. Now, even though that's a limited time, right, in comparison to the original people's history, there's an unbroken chain there to where each generation can stand on the shoulders of the giants that came before them in the past generations. So this is why when we go to school, we learn what Aristotle said. We learn what Plato said and Socrates said. You know, we learn what Machiavelli said. We learn that George Washington chopped down a cherry tree and never told a lie. We learn that Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves because all of that is a continuous chain of history and activity, right? That builds up. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. You know, those are some other characters. What's the deal with that? Because to my knowledge, wasn't the Bible did like the way they got it written right now? I've seen some Christian scholars talking. They said that the whole Bible was written by some, they don't know exactly the people's name, but they call them like A, B, and C. Like they knowledge the literary styles, you know what I'm saying, and kind of the content, and said that, these are the individuals right here that wrote it. Right? Phil G said with legacy comes with history comes legacy. So we need to create noteworthy legacies moving forward. Yeah, but uh, listen, man, we got a lot of issues, man. You know what I'm saying? Uh, where we at right now, it didn't take us one day to get here. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, it's been like a bad 600 years. It was already going bad. It was already going bad, maybe 13, 1400 years. But when you get to like the last 700 years, it's been rough. You know what I'm saying? We've been under multiple attacks, educationally, physically, medically, nutritionally, politically, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I'm saying? So it's not gonna be one button that we're gonna press and then it's all gonna be over. You know what I'm saying? We're not gonna wake up. We're not gonna wake up from this dream, like Dorothy and be back in the farm. Let me catch up to some of y'all in the comments. You said Kersey Graves 16. crucified saviors. So who's the 16 crucified saviors? Was his distinctions of Good Samaritan, because all of the other Samaritans were generally bad. Now, the way I recall the story, somebody was like stranded on the side of the road. I'm sure Don Bishop could tell us, but somebody was like stranded on the side of the road, and things was getting rough, and somebody from the Samaritans helped the person out. You know what I'm saying? But the Samaritans is like a different tribe or whatever. Like the person, like is the kindness of strangers. You know what I'm saying? So the story is not about the uh Samaritans as a group of people, but about society. You know what I'm saying? So according to the Bible, God revisits the sins of the father on the child. Isaiah 14:21 prepares slaughter for the sons because of the guilt of their fathers. But uh isn't there another verse in there somewhere where it says that the children shall not pay for the sins of the father? Somewhere in the Bible? Knowledge is Halftime said it was kind of depressing at 10 years old to come to the understanding that they were 10 percenters, but not know exactly what it meant. Christianity was a mental poison to the growing mind. Um, I wasn't so much depressed because around that same time is when I started really, uh, realizing that these people don't know what they're talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like I spent the first period of time in the church trying to figure out how could this thing be so all powerful? How could Jesus, people were saying that they feel the spirit of Jesus and all of this. And the people, it was more of a thing, where I'm wondering like what's wrong with me? How is it that, my great grandmother, this thing is like 100% real to her. Like this thing is real, like a hammer hitting you in the head, but I can't detect it. I don't understand. Like, how come I've been going to church all the time and I've never caught the Holy Ghost? Like, what is that? You know what I'm saying? Like when you praying, you see what I'm saying? And then you got to remember too, right? Here's another thing, and this is how I know that the Easter Bunny and all these things is the building blocks of illusion. Is that I was never allowed to believe in Santa Claus or the Easter Bunny. Like I never, I recall like I didn't, I just wasn't learning about it. You know what I'm saying? At first, you know what I mean? Or, my parents was just telling me like, nah, it's not real. And then one day, uh, somebody we was around, it was Christmas was coming up, and they asked me, what is Santa bringing me for Christmas? So my pop said, nah, don't tell him nothing about no Santa Claus. Like I work hard 364 days so that he can have whatever he get on Christmas. So don't be telling them that no. You understand what I'm saying? So, there's things that I already know, like, all right, there's things that everybody believes, and yet it's an illusion. Like, how is Santa getting in here? Like, is he coming in the fire escape? Like, we got bars on the windows. How is he getting in? So, for me, it wasn't, I guess it was kind of liberating. It was liberating because amongst the things that I realized when I started straying away from the teachings of the church is that You know, what we was talking about earlier, all this original sin and the sin, all this stuff is fake. You know, like when I started seeing people that they was like, yo, if I'm lying, God's striking me down right now. And I knew they was lying. Like I knew for a fact, I seen you. I was there with you saying you lying. So, you know, it wasn't you know, it just left me you know, I was kind of like a particle. You know what I'm saying? Where I didn't really have no direction. I didn't have you know, no particular idea. My mindset became that, okay, I know everything couldn't have came from nothing. You know what I'm saying? You know, I'm not in this mindset like, yo, you know, we all just a dream. You know, somebody's just dreaming all of us. Yeah, I never looked at that as being, you know, that was never my point of view. So I knew something can't come from nothing. You know what I'm saying? But I just didn't know what the something was that it came from. You see what I mean? But I was in full recognition that the people down at the church, they didn't know either. So I don't need to waste time listening to them. Phil G says, if money is what you believe in, then it's an illusion because we assign value to whatever we want, which is how things become overvalued. Um, okay. Now I can see what you're saying on this right here. You know what I'm saying? Who's this? Is that Phil G with the Cash App right there? Good looking on that right there, Phil G. Greatly appreciated. All support for the stream is always appreciated. Now I see what you're saying right there, where you're actually uh you're actually investing the power into that mystery God. And so it becomes powerful in that way because it's the sole controller of you. If this is something different from your question the about the Bitcoin. You know, this is about something where, yeah, you know, anybody you can submit, you know, you can submit your will, you know what I'm saying? When they say submit to the will of Allah, you can submit your will to a lot of things. So this is you know, yeah, I understand this concept. This is a concept from the 10th degree and the 140. You see what I'm saying? You know, you create that kind of God by searching for them for trillions of years. So now something that's mysterious, you know what I'm saying, or even something that's real can become what it is in your mind. So for instance, the West Indies is the West Indies because in the European's mind, it was India. You know what I'm saying? So if you say, you know, this statue right here is God, you know what I'm saying? Then the actual power that you're investing in it by worshiping it is what makes it your God. So when I first got it, I thought it was wrong because I got it all at once. Before I thought it was supposed to all be questions and answers, so I almost walked away from it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When you don't understand it, when you coming in and you still have the Christian mindset, you know, it's something I say all the time on here, is that when you read books, you know what I'm saying, or you deal with anything you deal with, you know what I'm saying? Like in regular life, when you walking around outside, they call it confidence. Like if you walking around knowing who you are, right? Knowing what you're capable of and knowing what's like not your principles and what is your principles, right? Then you have a different experience. You see what I'm saying? Just like for instance, right? You know, when I watch these different debates, right, between the different, you know, nations where original people is dealing with, right? and you see, it might be a conversation with a Moorish brother and a Hebrew Israelite brother. See, the Moorish brother is reading the book as a Moor. And so when he looks in there, the things that identify with him and his teachings as a Moor is what jumps out to him. The Hebrew brother could read the same book, but to him, the stuff that jumps out to him is the things that confirm his teachings. You know what I'm saying? You know, the example of, when I was in church, you understand what I'm saying? We was constantly being told that we was the people who was lost from home for 400 years. You know what I'm saying? To be servants of these other people. That's because the people who was showing me the Bible had a slave mentality. See, they saw themselves as slaves, so they looked in there and they identified with the slaves. See, when I read these stories, it could be any story. You can give me a story from the Bible. I don't identify with the people in the story. I identify with God. See, when you deal with, let's say, the story of Adam and Eve, see, the what I get from the story, right? Because see, I'm God in the Bible. I'm not the Samaritans. I'm not I'm God. So see, the story in the Bible is telling you that you got to teach your children. See, God just gave Adam orders in the Bible. But see, he didn't teach him enough so that he could go and teach his woman. He didn't teach him enough, right? So that he can know, the role, the place of him in the place of his woman. You see what I'm saying? So, to bring it to an example that's common in today's world, right? And this is common. You know what I'm saying? And it coincides with the story. So you didn't teach your kids about life. You didn't teach them about sex. And then he went and got a broad pregnant, right? When he wasn't ready for that, and it messed up their life. So to me, that's the lesson of that story. That's what I get out of it. See, because I know that, look, I'm in the wonderful world of King James when I'm reading the Bible. So I don't, I don't take this stuff. Melchizedek, yeah, I mostly stay away from Melchizedek. All right, Kasib Shah. Uh, Galatians 6:5, for every man shall bear his own burden. That's the thing about the Bible, like I was just saying. You know what I'm saying? Is when you look in there, especially as black people, you know what I'm saying? People who, for a long time, you know, was not a high level of literacy. So almost everything you know about the Bible is what you're being told. You know what I'm saying? Like the people who brought me to church, you know, my great grandmother couldn't read. She listened to, Jimmy Swaggart and these dudes tell her whatever it is. So somebody asked here, so A, B, and C penned both the old and new books. Well, I think the Old Testament is I mean, both testaments is that way, but the Old Testament is more of a uh collection, right, of different stories that's been told, right, over thousands of years. You know what I'm saying? Like if you read different things in the Bible, you see that it's multiple stories combined together. You know what I'm saying? Like the story of Samson and Goliath is more than one story combined together. You see what I'm saying? Because it tells you that uh, uh, David slew Goliath by hitting him in the head with a rock. And then it tells you David slew Goliath by cutting off his head. Or it tells you that God created man from an image. And then it tells you that God created man from uh, the dust. You understand what I'm saying? You know, Cain and Abel kind of show up out of nowhere. They just kind of show up, and then they story it comes in and then it goes away. Like they just some characters that come in for a couple of scenes. You know what I'm saying? Then one dies, the other one goes his way. And then you see these stories be repeated. So the story of Cain and Abel is basically the story of Jacob and Esau. You know what I'm saying? So these, there's other examples. I'm sure Don Bishop is probably going crazy down. Don Bishop probably going crazy in the comments. I didn't get down into it yet, but he probably knows even more of them. You know what I'm saying? So when you see these types of things, that's when you realize, okay, I gotta look deeper. I gotta look deeper in order to get what the meaning is from this. So G said, victors tell the history, so we got to start winning. Now we pile up the victories to make the supreme victory is totally up for debate. Um, yeah, but the one thing we had to start from is from education. We had to start from education and from building a foundation. You know what I'm saying? That's mentally, but then physically is from building a foundation, building the foundations of society. You know what I'm saying? So that you could be successful. You know what I'm saying? Like we had the foundations of a society in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. You see what I'm saying? And from that foundation, brothers was able to, launch into civil rights. You see what I'm saying? Right now, the foundation of the society that we are part of is shifting sands. Kasib Shah said 500 years of European behavior. Yeah. I mean, well, time is passing now, God. It's been it's been what from 1934. We talking about coming up on 90 years. So it's much closer, like because well, I guess yeah, you could say well, nah. Dumb diversus is 1453. You know what I'm saying? And that was the decree from the Pope that the Portuguese could go into Africa, and anybody that they found there that wasn't a Christian, they was allowed to enslave. You know what I'm saying? And then shortly after that, you get the division of the like the division of the how would you call it? The spoils of war, I guess. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm saying, the reason why Portuguese is spoken uh in in Brazil, but it's not spoken in the rest of the South America, etc. All the lands that was between Portugal and Spain, who uh they was first in the slave trade. You know what I'm saying? The Dutch was there with them too, but the Spanish and the Portuguese, you know what I'm saying? They launched it. So he drew a line right here, and on this side was for the Spanish, and on this side was for the Portuguese. You know what I'm saying? So uh, Brazil is the only thing on that side of the line in this hemisphere. You know what I'm saying? But when you go to other places, Southeast Asia, Africa, all of those type of places, you see a lot of Portuguese colonies. Oh, he's talking. All right, so the 16, right, all right, yeah, I recall now. The 16 crucified masters is Jesus, Buddha, Krishna, Mithra, all the way to 16 stories. Hmm. Half time said when he was in church, he was wondering what's wrong with all the grown ups around me. I sincerely thought I was surrounded by crazy people like body snatchers. You know, uh, you know, these are the things you gotta realize. It's just like I said, for anybody who, when you come into this knowledge, you're gonna be able to look back at when you was at 85 and see how you uh how you was already fertile land for these soil, for these seeds. You know what I mean? These seeds of knowledge, I'm saying. You know what I mean? You would see how you was already activating in certain ways. See what I'm saying? You know, see half time you already had a sense of not taking things on face value. You understand what I mean? You already had that sense. So that's why I said, see, we bring the knowledge out of you. We give you the knowledge, right? We give you the knowledge of the tools. We give you the knowledge and the tools, you know what I'm saying, to bring the knowledge of yourself out of you, to bring yourself to the surface. You understand what I'm saying? You know, give you the sight to be able to see the things that you can't see. You know what I mean? So now you can activate, you know, uh, because that's what it was like for me. When I got the knowledge, it was like if I was in a room and the room was dark and then somebody turned the lights on, and it was like $1 million on the table. I was like, yo, snap, that was here the whole time? Half time, so people was falling out and crying, talking to someone who ain't there from 8 until I got grown. I really thought I was the only sane one in my extended family, except one other person. Well, see, I had people, that was another thing, like I said, just the tradition in my family. There's a lot of brothers that I never seen in church. You know what I'm saying? My pops, I seen him there one time, and that was my grandmother was winning. My grandmother was she was getting some type of award. You know what I mean? Of course, she goes to Masonic church, so all these Masonic people. So she was getting some type of award there, and we just stopped in real quick to see her getting an award. We didn't even stay. You know what I'm saying? But I never seen my pops in church. Uh, my grandfather, like I said, on my mother's side, my maternal grandfather, I seen him there. Like one time, we all went. Like I'm talking about, almost the whole family. We talking about maybe this was almost like a family reunion. But everybody went on this one particular Christmas, to see my great grandmother, and we all went to the Christmas service. So I seen him there that time, and it was one other situation like that where I seen him there, but I never seen him just regular at the church. I ain't never seen him there. You know what I'm saying? Uh, my uncles, I never seen them in church except for my pops died. Um, my other uncle Eddie, never seen him in church. Uh, then you got, now, don't get me wrong, you got some people that become uh, highly religious now. You know what I'm saying? There's some people that I always seen in church. You know what I'm saying? But I always kind of had that mentality that, when you reach a certain age, then you don't got to go to church no more. You know what I'm saying? As a man. Kendall Rosen said, our problem is that we don't know how to, or we refuse to develop our tribes into nations. But you got to remember the European political concept is not necessarily our political concept. You know what I'm saying? And so this is something that, even when I look at civil rights and I look how um, there might be things that we would think would be accomplished, you know what I'm saying? Or things that, we could look at and say, okay, this could have been better. We could have came with a better outcome than that. You know what I'm saying? But see, that's one of the things they telling you is that, and that we was just saying is that, they go all the way back. Like right now, right? Where do they teach that the American government comes from? That's an easy one. Everybody should get that one. Where do they teach that the American system of government comes from? Empiricist Nikhil. Check Harris Sultan. Who's Harris Sultan? What's going on with my everybody keeps saying something's going on with my cash app. Hold on. It should be, I mean, I don't see nothing over here. And I don't see nothing I don't see any issues I got. I got a cash app earlier today. Cash app is still, maybe try to Google. Try sometimes, there's a problem. If you Google, it'll tell you that something's going on with the app or something. they got a site. Yeah, they're saying that there's been some reports of problems. Oh, now I got it. He Kareem just worked. It worked for He Kareem. Good looking on that He Kareem, by the way. He Kareem is a Mr. Spock. Mr. Spock is a great supporter. But who's this Harris Sultan? Like who is, you know? So let me tell you something about me. I'm a person where you gotta wet my whistle with knowledge. You understand what I'm saying? Like if you just give me something, like it's gotta be something that it sparks in my mind to say, okay, yeah, I'm interested in that topic. Like it's topics I'm just not interested in. You know what I mean? There's things that I'm curious about. There's things that I'm not curious about. But who is Harris Sultan? To Chicago, I think it's just it's like the 30 and then $3 shipping. $3 is the shipping. So 33. Yeah, I don't know what happened to you and Don Bishop, but yeah, he Kareem just made it work. It's not entering no, England is not where the government where the system of government comes from in America. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's a continuation indeed, but remember, when America was formed, right? This is 1776, right? When America is formed in 1776, there's some things that transfer over, such as the British common law. But remember, America establishes a democracy, and England is still a monarchy. America establishes a democracy while England is still a monarchy. So, uh, in fact, we don't get the system of government. We get the basis of the judiciary aspect of the government from the British. Hey man, but see, I'm gonna tell you something. The Easter was something that I never believed in either because we used to make the eggs. Like my aunt, for whatever reason, she was real big with being the organizer of the Easter egg hunts. You know what I'm saying? So she used to boil the eggs and we used to paint them in our house. Like we used to have Easter egg hunts at my house, like in the yard. I'm saying, you know what I'm saying? So, I've been there. I was there when she boiled the eggs. She bought the eggs, boiled them, and then we used to paint them. Me, my physical, my cousins, all us, we used to paint all the eggs, and then they used to go hide them. You know what I'm saying? And then of course, we wasn't allowed to really get involved because we knew where the stuff was at. You know what I'm saying? But so yeah, fortunately for me, those building blocks of the illusion, I never really had them. So this is what's making me analyze this God in the sky thing, you know, a little more scientifically after a while. Yep, I've seen people do that too, knowledge. I knew people that used to sign with an X. So this person has never read the Bible for themselves. And the thing about that now is because you've never read the Bible to yourselves, certain things, certain certain uh aspects of the Bible, certain passages that benefit the slave masters. You know what I'm saying? You know, give give Caesars what is Caesars. You know, give God what is God and give Caesars what is Caesars. You know what I mean? So in other words, you a servant to both and just cooperate with the system and believe in God. When you finish dealing with the system, then you'll go to heaven. So if I said, isn't it funny that even though some of our foreparents couldn't read, yet they were successful in many of their endeavors? Now today, many can read with degrees and are unable to match their achievements. Well, see, here's the thing now. You know what I'm saying? Uh, and this is a question to the room. You know what I'm saying? This is not rhetorical. Let me ask this question right here. Uh, is uneducated worse than miseducated? Which one is the best? See, because that's what ends up happening with, a person that has all these degrees right now, right? But you've been miseducated. Whereas the uneducated person, you know what I'm saying? They not dummies. They see what's going on around them. They just can't read the words. You see what I'm saying? So, for instance, when you deal with the brothers who got out of slavery, they understood that the problem, the problem is that I don't got land. Like I'm here on this plantation, man. This dude, he got this land and he got the guns. You know, in my opinion, that's where the brothers down south. Don't get me wrong, it's a part of the whole Southern culture. One of the reasons why brothers down south, you catch no brothers from down south got no guns, is because they realize that's we got some land and we got some guns. I could try to live like they live. I can't read the paper, but I see that clearly. If you didn't have them guns, we'd be kicking your ass right now. If we had our own land, we'd grow all this shit for ourselves. See, you start reading all them books, you become a rocket scientist. Well, you know how to go all out there, but you don't know how to act right here. Right. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad, third grade education. I've noticed people who start to learn things become egotistical and view themselves in a vein that doesn't match up to an actual application in life. I met so many smart cats who still doing the same thing they've been doing since they teens. Just my observation. Yeah, because see, this is a misconception that happens in the mind that I even seen this with 85%. Is that because you very you're a good orator, you're a good speaker. And because you can analyze every aspect of the problem, you become you become a victim of the illusion that you've solved the problem by enumerating the problem. Like right now, if somebody just say, "Yo, why it's so hot in this house?" Yeah, the house is on fire. And then they go back to playing video games. See, just because you know what the problem is, that don't mean you solved it. That don't mean that it's no easier to solve. It just means that, okay, the first half of the battle, knowing is half the battle. You see what I'm saying? But a lot of people is under the impression that knowing is the entire battle. You know what I'm saying? And we see that, a lot in this knowledge. The student is one who is not afraid to be wrong about anything at any given time. Quote from Sunya Zala. Where did we go back to 1442 or 1444 again? Universal say, recall I was building about my old dad being an ordained minister. People foaming at the mouth, talking in so-called tongues, rolling around on the floor, behaving like they have seizures. The different churches all have, their unique things. You know what I'm saying? In particular, uh, my family, like I said, on my father's side, really only my grandmother really was the type to be going to church. You know what I'm saying? And we used to go, she used to take me to Reverend Ike Church. You know what I mean? One of the original, he's like the forerunner of Cash Flow Dollar and TD Jakes and these type of guys. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know what was her original religion when she was down south, but on my mother's side, they was Baptist. And I had one aunt who was Catholic. And when we went to the Catholic church, that was the first time that I realized that, different people that's in the Christian world worship Christianity a little bit different. You know what I'm saying? When I started seeing Pentecostals and I don't think I ever been, yeah. I seen some African Methodists. The AME, what is it? African Methodist Episcopal. They fairly close to Baptist. You know what I'm saying? But Baptist, you got a lot of singing, you know, a lot of amening, you know what I'm saying? Like that don't happen at the Catholic Church. You know. In the Catholic Church, at least the times that I went there with my aunt, it's like the dude, he don't like see we used to have what's his name? Reverend Humans. Reverend Humans, he used to have that pent concept, where every couple of lines he stopped, you know. He be talking like so I'm talking right now, but you don't hear me though. He be talking a little bit more, a little more. Oh, you don't like it, brothers, right? I remember that like yesterday. Oh, you don't hear me though. You don't like it, brothers, right? You understand what I'm saying? Uh, yeah, I definitely had that experience. Nobody was preachers, but my great grandmother was like, she was like one of the church mothers. Like there were certain women that was at the church where between, let's say it was like maybe five of them, maybe five or six of them, and between those five or six people, everybody that was in the church was there with them. You know what I'm saying? Like say in my family, you got I had three aunts that used to go there with us. You know what I'm saying? Uh, and I had more than three aunts. The three great aunts. You know what I'm saying? Then I had another aunt, and then it was like maybe between all of us about seven or eight cousins. You know what I'm saying? Maybe more, 9 or 10 cousins. You know what I'm saying? And all these people was people that had flocks that was, we was the like kind of the core of the church. You know what I'm saying? So that was like a religious kind of experience, trust me. All right, so halftime, you get that. Kendall Rowland says the reason why it's mostly black women who fill in the churches, the pimp pastors. See, I was just saying that the pimp pastors know that what they need to do is manipulate and raise the emotions of the black women. And not just that, but see, a dude, you know, expands. I'm not giving you no money, man. I'm not giving you no money. You understand what I'm saying? And like I said, you dealing with down south, dudes got their guns, man. If the devil come around here, you gonna catch two in his ass. You understand what I'm saying? You know, but this is one of the things that they do. That's one of the uh, they one of the things they do in the church, at least in modern times, is they do a lot of speaking about how men, men is the embodiment of the devil. You know what I'm saying? And all of these men is trying to pull the women in. The preacher is doing that too. Because you gotta remember, as somebody who want that woman's money, right? He don't need no other dude there checking her trap. See, just like when you on the blade, right? This is a Hotep channel, by the way. Let's make sure we get that disclaimer in there. But when you out there on the blade, right? The ladies of the night, let's say, the ladies of the night is not supposed to look another pimp in the face. You understand what I'm saying? So the preacher is also setting that up. Look, don't be looking another pimp in the face. So he comes in with a certain philosophy about how, look, if you start talking to all these other pimps, this thing just ain't gonna work out. See, man, you gotta be like a hand in glove. See what I'm saying? Can't be two hands, can't be two gloves. Just don't work like that. Halftime, you make a point there that see, you know, uh, education is actually free. It's the degrees that cost money. The paper that they give you at the end of the college, that's all you pay for because you could have went and got that education for free. So just because one went to school and experienced that miseducation, you know what I'm saying? Another person could have went and got all those same books and did all that same study. They may have had to work a little bit harder in certain situations, depending on the topic. You know what I'm saying? But like you said, it depends on what one replaces education with. You know, education is free. What people go to school for is just that paper that says Harvard in your name, says Yale in your name, Howard in your name. That's what you're paying for. Wait, what is Mr. Spock talking about here? Oh, and for the Republic for which it stands. Okay, let's get back to that. Uh, yeah, Reverend Knight. Yeah, Reverend Knight used to fly in. Reverend Knight used to rest in Florida, and he used to always say that in the church that he just got off his private jet. He just got off his private jet, and he came to do some preaching. You know what I'm saying? Reverend Knight was so fly that at a certain point, he said he wasn't really no preacher. He was just a motivational speaker like Jesus. Kendall Rowland said, I think uneducated is better than miseducated. In most cases, you can't tell miseducated anything. They're just happy that the colored man gave them a pat on the head and told them that they are educated. He said, I read that Grace Father Divine, and a few of those brothers learned some of the knowledge with Elijah and left to do their own thing. Have you heard any of that? Any truth to it? The other AC, what is the deal? The mathematician. Um, nah, Reverend Knight, nah. See, Reverend Knight wasn't like that. See, first of all, you gotta remember, uh, with Reverend Knight, he didn't really have a church. It was a theater. You know, anybody that if you ever in New York, right, um, and you uptown, in Washington Heights, it's on Broadway and 175th Street. You know, it used to be a theater there, and that's where that's where uh that's where he used to do his preaching. You understand what I'm saying? So it was that type of thing where we need new stained glass windows for the church. Nah. I need this bread. You know, Reverend Knight, listen, man. This is where the sovereignty papers is coming from. Y'all thinking that y'all think I've been educated in this type of thing, man. You know what I mean? Talk about this ain't for the stained glass windows. You know, Reverend Knight wasn't getting no new pews and now you got the wrong cat. That's not Reverend Knight. That's not Reverend Knight style. This is not for the church. See, now what's the name for that? That's a cash flow dollar. Yeah, this is for the church. You know, I need this jet right here so I can preach the word. You know what I mean? Nah, Reverend Knight. I need this jet, man, because he was being poor as a sin, all this type of stuff. Separation from money. God is about prosperity, and God wants you to be prosperous. You know what I'm saying? Being poor is a sin. I heard them things from Reverend Knight first. Mrs. Spock said, Karis once said, the schools of higher learning don't give you the world, they prepare you for the world, but the world of corporate America to go in there and be successful with them. But getting back to what I was saying about, somebody was saying about, us elevating, you know, from tribes to nations, right? First of all, you gotta remember the nation state is from the 1800s. Like there was, you had America if but even that's 1776. Before the 1800s, you had empires and kingdoms. There was no citizenship. You was a subject of the British Empire, the Ottoman Empire, the Hungarian Empire, etc., etc. Like in World War One, there was still empires. That was a war between empires. You understand what I'm saying? Um, the idea of democracy came from the Greeks. I know what y'all gonna say, that America is not a democracy, it's a republic. That's not what they taught in school when I went to elementary. That's not what they telling you when they tell you that this is a government of the people, for the people, by the people. The republic aspect of the government is there to maintain the wealth and status of and power, right, of the ruling class. You see what I'm saying? Because the only people who's gonna have the power to represent, right, republic, that means that you have certain individuals who's representing the masses. You know what I'm saying? Uh, But the people who's there to represent is generally from a certain class. You understand what I'm saying? And if they not in that class, they've been indoctrinated in, right, through the school system to have a certain mindset and mentality. If you rise above, you might get to maybe be a congressman. You know what I'm saying? But for you to really rise up to all the levels, see, because remember, that's why your congressman is your representative, because the the Congress is the only branch of government that was originally selected, was originally voted on by the people. You know what I'm saying? You know, in recent years, like I've been know about that, but in recent years, the science of the electoral college, you know what I'm saying, has come to the forefront where people realize now that okay, we don't really elect the president. You know what I'm saying? Uh, the Senate the Senate was elected by the state legislators until like 1908 or something was the first time that people voted for Senate. You know what I'm saying? And then you got the judiciary branch, right, who is appointed by the president, who we don't really vote for. You understand what I'm saying? So the people who's supposed to be representing us, you know what I'm saying, is the congressman. Uh, but this is something that was put in place because there's supposedly a conversation that occurred during the time of I think Aristotle. You know what I'm saying? And the conversation is this, you know, if we do democracy, right, you know, uh, democracy can easily turn into mob rule. You understand what I'm saying? So say right now, you got 1% of people who got a whole bunch of money, right? What if the other 99% of people just got together? Like, what if they just put a referendum on the ballot and say, look, let's take the top 10 richest cats in America. Like, let's take Bezos, let's take Bill Gates, let's take Musk, let's take Zuckerberg, let's take Buffett, down the line, Bloomberg, Sarah, whoever it is, right? Let's take these people right here, right? And let's put a referendum that we seize all their money and split it up between the whole population of the country. Those 10 people would have no way to stop that from happening. You see what I'm saying? And they already knew that they was gonna. Well, this is getting back to the 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 conversation. You know what I'm saying? When this issue came up in ancient Greece, the answer from Aristotle was, okay, well, the way we solve that problem is to deal in equality. Let's just not let certain people get so poor that they get that desperate that that's how they feel. You understand what I'm saying? But now, when they form in America, knowing full well that they on to this new thing called capitalism that's starting to cause all types of inequality, right? Okay, now we not with that. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna put all of these little uh, you know, tripwires in there. We're gonna make this. I just seen it too halftime. I got you. I gotta they'll probably be going out on Saturday. You know what I'm saying? Um uh what else? Oh yeah, in terms of the inequality in society. You see what I'm saying? So right now, the individuals who's rich, they not concerned with the inequality because you gotta remember this was, one of the one of the outcomes of that inequality was a lot of revolutions. You know what I'm saying? The poor people, the people who was being taxed too much, et cetera, et cetera, these people kept killing the royal class. You know what I'm saying? In America, they didn't kill the royal class, you know what I'm saying? But they went to war against it. You know what I'm saying? In France, they killed the king of France in the French Revolution. You know what I'm saying? In Russia, they killed Tsar Nicholas. You know what I'm saying? In the revolution. You know what I'm saying? In the 1880s, you had a lot of, these plots. Now we in y'all territory. We gonna enter the twilight zone right now. You had a lot of these, Masonic, secret society plots. You know what I mean? Socialist plots and things of that nature, where a lot of world people, Prince Ferdinand and all these different people was being killed. You know what I'm saying? Because it was so much inequality in the system. You know what I'm saying? And the people wanted to bring about change. And at the time, they got to the point where they felt like the only way to do that is to get rid of these monarchs. Now, that was a long story. But getting to all that back to say, in terms of us, you know, being able to get on this kind of geopolitical, economic stage, right, and activate how we should in unison, right? What's that history? And I'm not saying that it's not. I'm saying I don't know it. What's that history that we have to fall back on as original people? You know what I'm saying? Like I know Great Ghana existed. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know the same kind of stories that we know about. Uh, I don't know the same type of stories like I could tell you going back to ancient Greece, about Julius Caesar, you know what I'm saying, and turning the republic into a dictatorship, about uh, the Borgias and the different Pope dynasties and how they ran that. You understand what I'm saying? Machiavelli and these type of people. See, this is their whole history. So you competing against somebody that got 2,000 years, you know what I'm saying, of knowing what they doing versus, black people, we still figuring out how to vote, son. We still just figuring out how to vote against people who got generations and generations and generations of history that they learning from and falling back on. You understand what I'm saying? We're talking about people who have turned politics into a science. See, we deal with it like an art. But when you go to school, what they call it, political science. You know, so uh, that's the issue. You know what I'm saying? Of us coming up with a science. You know what I'm saying, on how to govern ourselves. You know what I'm saying? They got a science on it. The Spock said there's no democracy in the Constitution. However, Article 1, Section 1 piggybacks off the Article of Confederation. When people, committees handled things and were prone to mistakes, the upper house Senate felt the need to check the mistakes, thus the Republic. Um, well, where's the voting? You know, technically it's called a democratic republic. The voting is the aspect of democracy. You know what I'm saying? Probably the we, like, for instance, the referendums. You know what I'm saying? When they put it to the vote of the people, are we going to legalize marijuana or things of that nature? You know what I'm saying? The referendums is democracy. I mean, this is a certain, I didn't know this particular history. I did know that they needed to adjust the Article of Confederations because uh, the aspect that I understand, which this coincides with, is that the federal government needed to be more powerful. You know what I'm saying? Because in reality, America is like 50 countries. You know what I'm saying? And there was not enough power in the federal government to, kind of keep things under control. So I guess that's what these people committees are. Which terms would you say is interchangeable? Yeah, that was rough what they did to Gaddafi, man. That was that was actually cowardly. Republican and Democrat, like the Democratic Republic of Congo. Well, yeah, this is the illusionary forms. Now, first of all, when you say Republican and Democrat, right, you gotta realize that they started off as one party called the Democratic Republicans, and at the head of that party was Thomas Jefferson, and there was always kind of two wings to this party. You know what I'm saying? You had a certain elitist. There was an elitist uh, wing. You know what I'm saying? And you had a populist wing. You know what I'm saying? And so Thomas Jefferson was a little bit of an elitist, but he was the head of the party. Around the time that Andrew Jackson came into office, you know what I'm saying? Stonewall Jackson. Andrew Jackson was from the populist wing. You know what I'm saying? And Andrew Jackson started doing things he didn't like the leadership. You know what I'm saying? And he started doing things that they started having a little static, and then eventually, uh, in the 1850s, the Republicans broke off and became the Republicans and left the other side as the Democrats. So they started off as one party. You know what I'm saying? But you know, you're right about that. The Democratic Republic of the Congo, you know. But what I'm saying too, though, to add on to what I just said, right, is that, like I said, all of these forms of governments that we got right now, whether it's socialism, whether it's communism, whether it's democracy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? Even capitalism for that matter, right? When you was dealing with the era of the monarchies, right, the people had no recourse for whatever the elites was doing. And the elites is mostly the monarchs and the people who's, affiliated with them, whether it's through family or through business or whatever it might be. And so they came out with these new forms of government to appease the people into thinking that they had something to do with the rulership of the country. You see what I'm saying? The same way how, when people realize about the electoral college, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people got a little bit frustrated. Like, wait a minute, we thought we was handling this business. So it is an illusion, right? That's designed to appease the people while maintaining the status, wealth, and power, you know what I'm saying, of the people who was always the elites. You know what I'm saying? Uh, and so no matter which form of government you're dealing with, whether you're dealing with democracy or uh, uh, communism, right? When you're dealing with communism, like, look, this is the people speaker right here. You know, this for the people. Like, I'm running it, but I'm running it for the people. This is the people's army. So what you doing right there? You taking too much of the people's apples, son. Don't make me, don't make me holler at you. Those are the people's apples. You understand what I'm saying? Even in the communist countries and the socialist countries, and then you go in the democratic country and you see the same thing. We the people. Democrat means rule by the people. You see what I'm saying? So all of this in terms of saying that the people is controlling, the people have some input into the government. This goes all the way back to I want to say it's the Magna Carta. I want to say it's the Magna Carta, where this is when in Britain, you know what I'm saying, because democratic some what democratic values were starting to be developed in Britain. You know what I'm saying? And that's when they started forming the House of Lords and the House of Commons. So it's like I'm the king, but I'm gonna hear y'all out. So y'all can have y'all little vote or whatever. You understand what I'm saying? Um uh but even that, this was something to, appease the people who was rebelling against the king in England at that time. You know what I'm saying? All of these forms of governments we got right now is something that's there to appease the people into believing that they're taking part in this. You understand what I mean? But in reality, you know, they treat you like Rodney King. You know what I'm saying? Does anybody remember what Daryl Gates said uh, about the Rodney King situation? What he said about uh, you know, why why the assault took place for so long. Chandler Rollins said original people in America think that it is good to include everybody who still think that this is all brother's love of your fellow man. But every other race knows that this is about cultural cohesiveness and racial economic survival. Well, the problem becomes that people economic survival, you know what I'm saying, in America for a lot of people is easier when you have cultural cohesiveness with the colored man. You know what I'm saying? And all the different rabbit holes that takes you down. You know what I'm saying? In terms of things that people do to try to escape their blackness and join in with the mainstream. my first experiences of seeing it, not being a part of trying to do that, but I recall when it was always like, yo, it would even be on TV. You know what I'm saying? You would see it on shows like The Jeffersons. Uh, he was always trying to join in the social equality with the colored people. You know what I'm saying? Or you have people that would be like you suing the country club because they won't give you they won't make you a member. With the talented tenth, they supposed to be coming back and uplifting the community, but once they get a taste of that social equality with the colored man, but we got any other questions? I think we covered most of the bases here. Most of the bases. So we divided along too many lines. Caribbean versus African, Moor versus Hebrew, Christian versus Muslim, North versus South. Um, I also think that that's a part of the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Where you know, a lot of that is about choosing which colored people we like the best. You understand what I'm saying? You know, it's about choosing whether colonialism is better than slavery. See, like you'll find uh, you know, a lot of people will judge black people in America by slavery because we got the probably the most popular story. You know what I'm saying about our oppression. You know what I'm saying, but imperialism is still going on. You know what I'm saying? Imperialism was actually longer than slavery. Still going on. You know what I'm saying? You got Indian tribes that did that to each other. If you got Indian tribes like in the what they call that it's called the French and Indian War in America, right? Uh, and then all right, what's going on, True Divine? We got the French and Indian War in America, right? And that was fought over like the upper Midwest, like the Ohio Valley, between the French and the English. You know what I'm saying? But it was different. It was different Indian tribes. You know what I'm saying? In those areas, and so the French allied with the Indian tribes in their area, and the British allied with the Indian tribes in their area. And then these Indian tribes continue to fight each other to the death. You understand what I'm saying? Over the sides that they picked amongst this colored people's battle. You understand what I'm saying? Or the way, y'all hate on the Knicks. You understand what I'm saying? Y'all hate on the Knicks because New York represents the Union. And so the people from, the Confederate, the old Confederate states, they feel like, New York is always trying to what's the word they use? It's a certain phrase. Oh yeah, we hate their way of life. You see, this is what St. Louis. You see the type of the type of verbiage we get from St. Louis. You know, that's something I learned about St. Louis during the Mike Brown time. Is that St. Louis was the last place that was slavery in America. Yeah, at least I heard a brother say that. I didn't research it myself. But you see how it's alive and well. You see how it's alive and well. This type of north versus south. This type of north versus south, east versus west. This not our battle. This is their battle. But we still arguing about it right now. Kendall Rowland says Machiavelli said, any man who tries to be good all the time is bound to come to ruin among the great number of those who are not good. You know, uh, in the religious world, uh, you know, the path to hell is paved with good intentions. No, it doesn't have to do with that. It just has to do with the hate. It just has to do with the hate that New York receives from the Confederate States. Nah, the Lewis in the Midwest. Nah, don't you remember the Missouri Compromise? That's where the Civil War started. They was fighting out there over being slave and free in like the 1850s, man. Go ahead, tell him VC Ron. Drop that history on him about the Missouri Compromise. Ain't it Missouri? Missouri was slave. Kansas was free. They're slavers, man. Slavers out there. I know what I'm talking about. See? VC know what I'm talking about. They slavers, man. See, they don't like that America, I mean that New York was the main place that's pumping the Industrial Revolution. All those people had beef with New York because the big banks that they felt was doing the work to destroy their way of life was in New York, son. And that hate still exists, son. It's taught in the schools, G. Like when you go down south, they don't learn about the Civil War. Did you know that? Is there anyone from uh, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia? Can you please tell my New York brothers the name that y'all learned for the Civil War? I'll wait. Now we know Baltimore is the South. I know what the Mason Dixon line is. Talking to the Christ, man. It's just that after the war, they realized they got to get down, son. And after the war, they realized they had to get down. Yeah, tell them VCR. St. Louis is the Midwest, but culturally, it's more Southern, man. That's a that's a whole aspect of the Midwest. Is that you got some, or even Texas is a better example. See, East Texas got is more the South. That's the old. That's a part of the Confederacy. That might as well be Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama. West Texas is really the West. They got more of a Western culture over there. And see, we've absorbed these stereotypes. You know what I'm saying? Like now from the other side, right? In New York, we grow up a lot thinking, yo, them country cats is slow. We grow up thinking them country cats is slow. We picked that up from the Europeans too, son. But see, we don't express it with the same level of hate. You know, we just speak slower when we speak to them. Right. Halftime. See, I don't know how you heard that. I don't know how you heard that. But yeah, in the they got another name too though. I guess we don't have nobody from down south. Man, what's going on? Guess it's a north thing. Uh, we said they say slavery happened all over the world, but North American slavery was unique. This particular slavery was designed to destroy a people and keep them destroyed. Halftime, he came up with one of the names in Chicago. He's from Chicago, but yeah, in certain part of the South, you will hear the war between the states. But there's another name. There's another name. Is there anybody in here that knows the other name that they call the Civil War in the South? Anyone? Anyone? Bueller? Oh, that was the name y'all learned in Chicago, and you seen that on TV. Yeah, I seen it on TV before. But in the South, if you from if you from like Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, them types of states, you know what I'm saying? I ain't sure about Alabama, Louisiana, and over there. But if you from certain states, then when you learn about the Civil War, you learn that it was the war of northern aggression. Has anyone ever heard that term? See, so we choose these sides that we on with the colored man, and then we continue bringing we continue bringing that war into our community. But in reality, we didn't have no dog in that fight to begin with. We rolling up. These is the these we had some long lives right halftime. You never heard that one, but you can see how it would drastically change the mindset. So that's why you see people from the South always saying that, yo, the brothers from the North hate our way of life. You know what I'm saying? Where else did you hear that propaganda? Where else did you hear that propaganda that they hate our way of life? But yeah, next week, it's time to go back. You know, I took like 2 weeks off vacation, like I said, from the school, you know. So you know, we got loose this last couple of weeks. You know what I'm saying? He's going in on the lives, you know what I'm saying, a day for hours and hours. You know what I'm saying? Uh we'll no, it doesn't have to do with our team. It just has to do with the hate that we receive from a team, from a town. You know, I think you need to worry about your own town. You need to worry about your own town. You know, when your city gets abandoned, when your city gets abandoned by all its teams, I think you need to be more concerned about that than you are with the Knicks. You know, when your claim to fame is that you used to lose to the Celtics every year, I think you need to reevaluate whether you want to talk about the Knicks, the storied franchise from New York City. What are you talking about? COVID is out there, man. COVID is in the West. The Yankees, how the 1940s was. I mean, listen, I told you, man, we give y'all certain breaks. We give y'all a chance to win. And this is the appreciation we give back. The 40s, dude, we won for the whole 20s and the 30s, man. What are you talking about? I think we won. I think we might got about 8, 9, 10 championships in the 20s and 30s. You forgot about the house that Babe Ruth built? Come on, man. See, that's what I'm saying. That hate. See, one thing about hate, it blinds you. I don't know what it is. I can't explain the mechanism, but the hate blinds you. Y'all got a whole mass exodus of New York people headed to Atlanta and the Carolinas. You know, people ain't from here. Not New Yorkers. They people that came here a couple years ago to go to college and stuck around. But see, us New Yorkers from the old days. This is where we at. Keep telling you, man. I don't know what it is, man. There's no shortage. There's no shortage of just altruistic behavior from New Yorkers, man. You know, all of the joys of life that we gave you people, and this is the appreciation we get. Nah, man, people ain't, they not New Yorkers, man. Like, if you see a white person living in Harlem, they ain't from New York. You ain't never gonna get no straight New Yorker. Like, I'm talking about Bensonhurst, born and bred, Bay Ridge, born and bred. You ain't get no white person like that to move in Harlem. That they was here in the 70s and 80s. Just like, look, I wouldn't care if they sell me the house for $2. Not moving to Howard Beach, son. Under no circumstances am I moving to Harlem. Cause see, I'm a New Yorker. I know better. See, he can read what I'm talking about. Tell him, Mr. Spot. You ain't catching no too much black people in Brooklyn South, son. We stay up here, Brooklyn North. Oh, we need to move to the new New York, aka Atlanta. Let me tell you something. That don't last too long. Like, they move down there, then they come right back. That's how they get. That's how they get down. What you say here? The North wanted to have their own country. No, you mean the South wanted to have their own country. Okay, here's the question. What is the record of the St. Louis basketball team right now? Like right now, the St. Louis basketball team, what is y'all record? How many wins y'all got? No, I'm asking you, how many wins y'all got? The St. Louis basketball team. I'm just asking. See, why you got so much to say about the Knicks? Where's this? It's a simple question. How many wins does the St. Louis basketball team have at the present at the present moment? You got a lot of opinions on the Civil War, Kendall Rowland. In terms of who wanted their own country and all of this stuff. My personal, uh, you know, interpretation of the reasons for the Civil War is that the Civil War was fought over resources. See, once uh, you had the Louisiana Purchase, right? And then, of course, you get Lewis and Clark, you get all these other explorers out there, et cetera, right? They start to find resources in the West. So the Civil War, the Indian Wars, all of that was about resources. And the slaves was just one of those resources. You understand what I'm saying? Even places where uh, there was resources that there was no use for before the Industrial Revolution. Like they've been known about oil. Oil is not new. Oil is not from the 1800s. You know, it's the uses that they realized it could have. It's the resources that or it's the uses of oil, you know, making gasoline, running factories, etc., that all of a sudden made certain land valuable. And a lot of this land was land that they had gave to Indians and that they had gave to former slaves. Custer's last stand was because they found silver in the Black Hill Mountains, so now they wanted that back when they had already gave it to the Indians. You said you heard different from what? See, I don't know. Where's the simple question? How many wins does the St. Louis basketball team have this season? Right, exactly. Smell good. Finding gold in San Francisco, all these different things. You know what I'm saying? So now, one of the big things, right? If you remember, right? Uh, when Jefferson Davis was on the run at the end of the war, he had all this Confederate gold. Is anybody in here from Georgia right now? He said money wise, as far as banking, this is why I said add on. I'm talking the Civil War. Well, what did you hear was, because like I said, there's a lot of analysis where people say it's over this, it's over that, right? Here's the thing: if you're saying it's over slavery, remember the vast majority, or really, well, yeah, let's just say the vast majority of people who fought in the Civil War never had slaves anyway. Right, Mr. Spock, all these new teachers and everything, these teachers, because remember, to be a teacher, you just gotta check a box on your college application. So a lot of these are people that just came here to go to NYU, to go to the new school, to go to all these colleges, Columbia, what I'm saying? Remember, New York is a college town, what I'm saying? Pratt University, et cetera, et cetera. And then they stick around. But now VC realm, I'm not understanding what you're saying about the Civil War. Is there anyone from Georgia in here? How many people know that there was a gold rush in Georgia? what should we, the Georgia Encyclopedia? Hold on. Let me be fancy. You know, I'm in Encyclopedia Brown. I gotta be like Encyclopedia Brown right now. Share my screen. Does anybody see that? This is Gold Rush. This is from the Georgia Encyclopedia.org. You know what I'm saying? See this right here? Everyone, do you see this picture? Wait, where's the screen? Okay, you see this picture right here? This right here? Hold on, let me read the caption on this for you. It says the United States branch mint at Dahlonega erected 1837. Mint was in operation from 1838 to February 1861. Building donated to Georgia for educational purposes April 4th, 1871. Destroyed by fire December 10th, 1878. This was one of the issues in the Civil War that they don't tell you about. See, they found gold in Georgia. You know what I'm saying? This was one of the flashpoints. You know how people get over money. You know what I'm saying? So the people in Washington was like, yo, what's up with that gold, son? You need to send that up here so we can handle our business. You know what I mean? We got things you know, and Georgia was like, what gold? And Washington was like, that gold that you found, you know that gold? And they was like, oh, that gold? No, that's our gold. And he was like, what you mean your gold, man? This is America, man. We the union. You gotta send that up here. And he was like, nah, this is Georgia, son. We saying you just we ain't giving you shit, motherfucker. What you talking about, man? We just fought for this in the Revolutionary War, man. Ain't no taxation without representation. They's like, yo, son, you gotta stop playing, son. We need that gold. Hold on. Let's finish reading this. I'm gonna get back to what you're saying. Uh, so it said there are several popular stories of the beginning of Georgia's gold rush, but in fact, no one is really certain who made the first discovery or when. According to one anecdote, John Witheroods found a 3-ounce nugget along Dukes Creek in Habersham County, present-day White County. Another says that Jesse Hogan, a prospector from North Carolina, found gold on Wards Creek near Dahlonega. Yet another finds a young Benjamin Parks kicking up an unusual looking stone while on the lookout for deer west of the Chester T River in 1828. Despite the popularity of these claims, no documented evidence for gold in Georgia is found until August 1st, 1829, when a Milledgeville newspaper, the Georgia Journal, ran the following notice: Gold. A gentleman of the first respectability in Habersham County writes us thus under the date of 22nd of July. 2 gold mines have been just discovered in this county, and preparations are making to bring these hidden treasures of the earth to use. So it appears what we long anticipated has come to pass, namely that the gold region of North and South Carolina would would be found to extend into Georgia. Did y'all know that? That there was a gold region in North and South Carolina? By late 1829, North Georgia, known at the time as the Cherokee Nation, was flooded by thousands of prospectors lusting for gold. While, let's see, the news got abroad, and such excitement you never saw. It seemed within a few days as if the whole world must have heard of it, for men came from every state and had ever heard of. They came afoot, on horseback, and in wagons, acting more like crazy men than anything else, all the way from where Dahlonega now stands to Knucklesville. There were men panning out of the branches and making holes in the hillsides. The sudden influx of miners into the Cherokee Nation was known even at the time as the Great Intrusion. One writer said in the now, what is the date of the Trail of Tears? One writer said in the Cherokee Phoenix, our neighbors who regard no law and pay no respects to the laws of humanity are now reaping a plentiful harvest. We are an abused people, but there was little the Cherokees could do. It seemed the louder they protested, the more eagerly the miners came. Let me get down here. Bingo, right? From the beginning of the gold rush, the trade in the gold region suffered from a limited circulation of currency. Merchants insisted on immediate payment in cash or gold, and it was the merchants who determined the gold's worth. What the miners needed was a local mint where they could have their gold assayed in exchange for gold coins. Congress soon authorized the establishment of the branch mint at Dahlonega, and in 1838 the new mint went into operation. It coined more than $100,000 worth of gold in its first year, and by the time it closed in 1861, it had produced almost 1.5 million gold coins with a face value of more than $6 million. The Trail of Tears. When the mint went into operation, many saw it as a national affirmation of Georgia's efforts over the preceding decade to the area's residents. This federal establishment was a seal of approval and a promise of future prosperity. But it was a prosperity that was to be denied the native Cherokees. Between 1805 and 1832, the state of Georgia held lotteries to distribute land seized from the Cherokees and Creeks. Nearly three quarters of the land in Georgia was nearly three quarters of the land in Georgia was allocated by the lottery system. Finally, the U.S. Army drove the Cherokees northwestward into Indian Territory in present-day Oklahoma during the bitterly cold winter of 1838 and 1839. Deprived of proper food and clothing, at least 4,000, one-fifth of the entire Cherokee population, died on the journey. The forced migration became known as the Trail of Tears. Hold on, let's come. So, well, this article right here, they don't go into the particular, uh, aspect of it that I was talking about. But, you know, type one in the chat if you heard about the gold rush in Georgia, and that the gold rush in Georgia was the reason, you know, it was a reason at the very least for the Civil War, and it was the reason for the Trail of Tears. Did you know that? Okay, so getting back to what I was saying over here, getting back to uh, where we at right here. VC Realm says banking, as far as central banking being established here and certain individuals not wanting it and them funding the war to make it come to fruition anyway. Well, not central banking. There was a central bank in, you know something? I'm glad you brought that up because that was one of the reasons for that split between the Democrats and Republicans. You just jogged my memory on that. Andrew Jackson destroyed the first central bank in America. Like when you hear about the national debt, Andrew Jackson is the only president that ever paid off the entire national debt. And because he stepped on the toes of certain people by doing that, that's what made the elitists, because he was saying, yo, the central bank is messing up the common people. So he destroyed it. And the elitist people who was down with it became the Democrats, right? And the common people became the Republicans. And that is why the Republicans, not saying that we already discussed how Abraham Lincoln had no great love for us, but this is why the Republicans was the ones who was anti-slavery, because they wasn't getting the big money. The Democrats was getting the big money. And so this is why the politicians in the Reconstruction era, the brothers and sisters I'm talking about, was Republican. Thanks for that, VCR. You sweet smart motherfucker. You know that? Sweet smart motherfucker, sugar. But so I'm saying that doesn't. So yeah, that does in a way lead up to the Civil War. You understand what I'm saying? But not in the same way. It wasn't the establishment of the central bank that led up to the Civil War. It was the destruction of the central bank, that first central bank, that led up to the Civil War. You know what I'm saying? Now, the bank didn't get established again after Andrew Jackson until 1913 with Woodrow Wilson. Mr. Spock said the name of the classes at my daughter's school is the name of colleges, and at least one of the two teachers. What he said here? Let me catch up. At least one of the two teachers went to that college, Ohio State, Morehouse, or whatever college. Okay, you said I got a question since you brought this up. The Green Book, you think that still applies in certain parts of the USA? You talking about, so this is the Green Book. You're talking about this would be the book that circulated amongst the original people, um, about the places where it was safe. The places where it was safe if you was traveling. You know what I'm saying? You didn't want to get caught in certain racist towns. You needed to know where the sundown towns was. You needed to know where the towns was that you could get something to eat. Um, hmm. I mean, you gotta go a little. You gotta get a little more detail with the question. If you get a little more, because when you say, "Do I think it still applies?" Um, I mean, look, I ain't gonna tell you. I ain't gonna hold you, man. I still, I don't. I've been through Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. At one time, I was coming from Houston, and I was coming from Houston, and there's a highway that you go through Louisiana, and then you make like a left, and you start going north, and you cut like across Mississippi and Alabama. I don't recall ever driving faster. I don't ever recall driving faster than I drove to get out of those three states. You know, uh, you know, there's still sundown towns. Don't get it twisted. You know what I'm saying? There's still places where, you driving over there, police pull you over, man. What you doing around here? What you doing these parts? You know what I'm saying? Um, but in what aspect are you talking about? So VCR said they still run up on original men on the street over here that's walking by themselves or waiting at the bus stop by themselves on some bully stuff. So who you talking about? You talking about just regular civilian? You talking about regular civilian colored people? But see, that's what was happening. They was finding these resources all over the country, and that's what became the beef. How we going to divide these resources, right? And which system we going to use? See, the banks in the north was like, yo, listen, man, we was hollering at these cats over in England, right? And they got these things called machines, man. They got these things called machines, and we could use them to get all this gold, all this, all this oil, all this stuff. We got these machines that could get this stuff out the ground for us. And in the South, they was like, yeah, we got machines right here, live in the backyard. why, why don't we just use them? Why don't we just use these machines we got right here? What's wrong with them? These are the reasons for the Civil War, son. You know, but to say that, the people was marching off, you know, in the same kind of way, like, people that went to Iraq, they was real gung ho. You know what I mean? Like, we need to go defend the country. These cats, they hate our way of life. If you think the average person in Georgia was going out to say, yeah, we need to protect the rich people's slaves. Nah, it didn't happen. Mr. Spock said, oh, so you just learned that about Andrew Jackson a couple of days ago. Yeah. But, I just gave you that's some of the facts that I use. Um, that's some of the facts that I use to come to the conclusion that the Civil War was not over slavery, it was over resources, and the slaves was just one of those resources. There's more to what? Traveling wise. Well, that's what I'm saying. You're talking about just regular civilian people? I mean, well, see, you know what it is? And it's something that, you got to realize, New York is a black man state. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm fairly sure that brothers outnumber them out here. If we don't, we got enough numbers that they know not to fuck around. You know what I'm saying? And then you gotta realize too that we got TV, we got the type of colored people you see on TV. You understand what I'm saying? We don't have, we don't got the Haas. We don't got the Haas type. We don't got good old boys up here that be out in the forest chopping down trees and wrestling pigs in the mud and all that, where they feel like they hard. They, up here, they know they not hard. You know what I'm saying? We up here. See, y'all down there, them cats, they got their guns up, son. So in New York, we don't really have that same kind of concept. You know what I mean? Now, don't get me wrong. I wouldn't advise you to go drinking in bars down in Howard Beach. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, in that aspect, yeah, I guess somebody should pull your coat. Like if you come to New York to visit somebody, they probably should tell you that. Look, uh, don't go down to Howard Beach drinking in the bars. You know what I'm saying? But uh, yeah, I guess so. You know what I mean? Like that probably would be helpful for you to let me know that when you out here in St. Louis, be on the lookout. You know what I mean? But like in New York, we the coast is pretty clear up here. It's pretty clear. We don't got, like I said, no lumberjacks and nothing like that. Y'all got cats out there working in the oil fields and what you call that stuff? The rodeo where they wrestle with the bulls and all that. See, we don't have that. We got colored man here like Brad Pitt, Tom Cruise. They ain't what they gonna do. What is Warren Buffett? If you bump into Warren Buffett right now, like if you step on Warren Buffett's gators, what do you think he's gonna do? That's different. You step on the good old boys. You step on the good old boys snakeskin boots. Uh, you might be in for a rumble. You may have to actually show and prove that his physical power is nothing in comparison to yours. Oh man. Jingle V. Hmm. It's a Spock said the Green's book is more of a mindset, and then now I recall visiting my cousin in Atlanta with all that talk of a black city. He said people from here know what neighborhoods not to go into because they're racist. Hmm. You're right. You're right. Yeah. I know it's still sundown towns in some places, but listen, that's another. Don't throw that out, that idea out your mind. There ain't no racist places like that right here in New York City. Like in certain places, you go walking over there, now you're not gonna get approached by, you know, just normal citizens for the most like part. They're gonna call the police on you, you know, but they'll get the job done. L7. What was the question L7 had? I think you might have to rewind. I think we dealt with one of your questions. Yeah, they get a little crazy. You know what I'm saying? But you know, we got any last questions? Any any last questions before we wind this one down? We All right, Jingle V. Jingle V, you new to the channel. You know, over here we do the each one, teach one. Hit the like button, subscribe. You know, share this on your pages, your Facebooks, your Instagrams, your Twitters, the Facebook groups, text message, etc., etc. You know what I'm saying? Uh, Shout out to all the people that supported the stream. I'm gonna get that copy of the album to you. Should be getting mailed out on Saturday. You know what I'm saying? See, you still didn't answer the question, VC Realm. How many wins does the St. Louis basketball team have this season? It's a simple question. How many wins does the St. Louis basketball team have this season? No, 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 no. See, now you're deflecting. So you have defending and you have deflecting. How many wins does the St. Louis basketball team have this season? What have I gathered as some potential solutions moving into 2021 for original people? First of all, you better start looking for the people. You better start looking for the people that you're going to support in 2024 right now. And not just support them by running. By running. Not just support them by voting, you know. But this is what you got to do. You know, candidates is groomed. And see, right now, the rest of the world, y'all just learning about Chuck Schumer. I seen Chuck Schumer. He was on the city council, man. He got groomed by this dude. He got groomed by this dude named Sheldon Silver. Now, just for the just for the record, to look, like I said, he was groomed. He was mentored. He was, you know, sent up the ranks of the political thing by a dude named Sheldon Silver. He Kareem. What do we know about Sheldon Silver right now? Sheldon Silver, I think somehow he managed to avoid it, but Sheldon Silver is supposed to be in jail. Like he's been convicted. So just to let you know, the type of Senate, the type of Senate minority leader y'all have out there. But just saying that this is how long I remember him when I was a kid. You see what I'm saying? We have to begin to right. You see how they already trying to groom Michelle. Now come on, Yeezy, Beyonce, we gotta stop. I'm saying that right now we got to find up and coming stars in our community and sponsor them to do sponsor them to go into these realms that'll be beneficial for us. You understand what I'm saying? Yo, see, wait. You're doing a lot of talking here, VC. What they call this on, you buck dancing. You buck dancing right now, man. How many wins? How many wins does the St. Louis basketball team have this year? Stop buck dancing. It's a simple question. But that's one thing. You understand what I'm saying? That's one thing we got to do. Is we got to start living out what we say. See, we just keep being in the moment. You know what I'm saying? And what happens is we get trapped in that moment. You get caught up in the moment without doing no planning, and now you got to choose the lesser of two evils. But you said looking rather Brooks. What's Brooks? Oh, looking kind of broad. I mean, well, listen, man. This is a Hotep channel, and she's the patron saint right now, the black woman. So I'll leave that one alone. But what is all this buck dancing? What is this? You filibustering, man. You filibustering. How many wins does the St. Louis basketball team have this year? You talking about Michelle Obama? Do I think the masses have woken up to the fact Biden ain't what he appears to be? No. This is still the honeymoon period. You know what I'm saying? But people is already starting to hover. Does anybody remember Larry Summers? Does anyone does anyone recall Larry Summers? He was the was he no, he wasn't the Secretary of Treasury. That was a dude named Rubin. He was some kind of financial advisor during the Clinton administration, and then he came back around during the Obama administration. And he's back there hovering. He's back there hovering in the background right now, saying that people shouldn't be getting these stimulus checks. See, when his policies really start to kick in, especially because of the fact of what's happened with the economy. See, people gonna start realizing when all this belt tightening going on, people gonna remember that on the way out, Trump said, "Yo, let my people hold something, man. Let them hold something, man. All that 600, man. My people hold a little 2K, man. Little two bands. People hold a little two bands, man. You know what I mean? Then who knows? If he lived that long, if his health hold up, he might be back in 2024. Who knows? But people gonna start remembering that when Trump was on his way out, he said, let the brothers hold something, man. Hey, look here, man. PlayStations and Jordans on me, son. A little champagne, a little bubbly. Come on with the filibustering, man. We asking one simple question, man. How many, how many, how many wins? How many wins did the St. Louis basketball team have this season? But with Biden, like I said, I don't know. I pay attention to stuff like that. You know, have you been noticing the cabinet members that Biden has been picking? See, one thing you gotta realize is that, a lot of things is like that. See, once you ain't got no outside enemy to fight, people start finding inside enemies to fight. You know what I'm saying? Or sometimes you had those enemies on the inside the whole time, but you had a bigger situation to deal with. So see, once Trump is gone, you're gonna start seeing that there's a lot of beef in the Democratic Party. So those people that you seen, like the AOCs and all of that, that's talking about they for the people. See, Biden was elected to represent the establishment, and we know what the establishment is about. You know what I'm saying? Exactly, self-out bill. That's what I said. Everybody had an agenda. Everybody was talking about we call it reparations. Everybody was talking about, how, like, even remember Vlad TV was talking about reparations earlier this year. But see, now we've been rocked to sleep. We've been rocked to sleep, and that's been swept back under the rug. You understand what I'm saying? Not necessarily that Trump was going to give us reparations either, but I'm just saying that the fact that Biden, it was not the right choice or the good choice. He was just the choice that most people saw as the lesser of the two evils. People going to start realizing that, yo, you know something? Still pretty evil. You know, whether he's lesser or not, you know, still evil. But if you start looking at the people who he put in his cabinet, or at least the people he's nominated so far, they the type of people who have been instituting policies that don't benefit us for decades. You know what I'm saying? So this is why I said from the before is that what we need to do is to be grooming our own people that's produced from us, that understand what our situation is and understand, the things that'll really be solutions for us. You know what I'm saying? The things that'll really better us. We gotta produce that person. They never gonna produce that person up there for us to vote for. We gotta understand the entire political process. The entire, like I said, we deal with politics like an art. But when you go to school, they tell you, man, politics is a science. So the people you see in there, they are lawyers. They are people who have majors. You know, they major is law, and they minor was political science. And so this is how they could go in there and do the job. Look, we might not even be able to make 2024. Maybe that person right now is in junior high school. We got to find some good students that's in junior high school. You know what I'm saying? That's what scholarships is about. You know what I'm saying? When my daughter was in, I think the 11th grade, you know what I'm saying? They invited her to this. It was like a meeting where, at the meeting, it was in Washington too, and at the meeting, it was all of these colleges, like Ivy League colleges. Brown, Yale, Harvard, etc., etc. And also at the meeting was all of these corporations. You know what I'm saying? And all of these government people, and they basically was telling all of the kids that was there, like she didn't go by herself. It was all of these, kids that were selected because of their academic excellence. And it was basically like, look, you know, pick which one you want to go to. We'll pay. You know what I'm saying? Of course, we're gonna want some. You know, we want you to come work over here. But look, when you come work, we gonna hit you off. We don't give you no chump change. You understand what I'm saying? But we're gonna groom the cream of the crop that we need. We're going to suggest that, listen, you take this major right here, you know what I'm saying? You stick to getting your grades like you're getting them right now, and when you get out, we got you. This is what we got to do. We got to find those kids. See, what we do in our community is we tease those kids. We tease those kids for being smart. We tease those kids for not being thugged out. You know what I'm saying? We tease those kids because they ain't never been indicted. We got to nurture those kids. You understand what I'm saying? To use their abilities in a way that's gonna be beneficial, man. You understand what I mean? And that's how we'll begin to produce some people where we don't have to choose the lesser of two evils. Ukraine is going in on Biden, blames him for fleecing their country. Oh, see what happens. I guess it's hunger, nakedness, hard times, and out of doors. That's going to shake up the masses to reality. What is Michelle Obama going to mean to us? Another symbolic image without any tangible benefits? Yeah, and I don't. Yeah, you're right. I don't like the idea of that because, yeah. What are you about? Not putting you, not putting you in charge, and I don't even know what you're about. Like at least I know what Biden is about. I know to brace myself for, you know, lock him up and throw away the key Joe. I understand that. But Michelle, what is she about? Jingle 5. You're a coal miner's daughter. Your parents are from West Virginia. Where you live at now? So that's my idea. At least on that level right there, on that political level. You know what I'm saying? Uh, you know, dealing with society is layers and layers. I don't know if that's what you were speaking on when you were saying because there's other things too. You know, everybody uh try to find try to find 4 or 5 kids. You know what I'm saying? Everybody ain't gotta be Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and lead the whole masses. But if every adult just found a couple of kids, you know what I'm saying, to build with, you know what I'm saying? You ain't gotta keep them all the time. You ain't got to miss days out of work, but just, cats that you holler at every once in a while. You know, cats that if you see them going the wrong direction, you at least say something to them. You might, hey, look, some people is gonna be the big head scientists. They ain't gonna listen. But if every adult found a couple kids to affect in a positive way, you understand what I'm saying? Eventually, we'll be affecting all of them. You know, sometimes that's what it is. We looking for this big thing. You know what I'm saying? You gotta, uh, you want to build a Black Star Line. You know what I'm saying? You want to build Morehouse College. Sometimes you ain't gotta do all that, man. You know what I'm saying? Get a couple kids that you could highlight. You know what I'm saying? You know, in your neighborhood or whatever. Boy, those womaness is gonna get you. Those those womanists is gonna get you, man, for talking about their patron saint, man. Chief, you really towing the line right now. Kendall Rowland said, "Black Democrats are nothing but hoes in the Democratic Party. They use us for our numbers, and after they get what they want, they kick us to the curb. Look at the numbers. We are always the decline." Probably a typo, but that's because they have no way of being supported. Like on their own, they be gung ho, right? And they be, like for instance, right now we got a politician, uh, damn, what's her name? Letitia James. And when Letitia James, at least when I first started seeing her, she was for the people. You know what I'm saying? She started out as the councilwoman in Fort Greene. Whenever you saw her giving her speeches or whatever, you know what I'm saying, it was always about something that was going to be beneficial for original people, you know what I'm saying, or just the people. But see, now she is the attorney general of the state. See, when I first seen her, she was in the city council. Now she's in the state council. See, in order for her to elevate to that level, she needs support. She need, just even in terms of having money to run that campaign, she need that kind of support. You see what I'm saying? So if these people have ambition, a lot of times, you know what I'm saying, now they got to turn to doing things to benefit the corporate structure, right? Because that's the only way they're going to get the support for whatever their ambition is. So that's what I'm saying. We got to be the ones providing that support. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know all of the science of how that works. You know what I'm saying? But you see how they got, what they call them? Political action committees. And how they got just certain people, like just certain rich people they got rich friends. They be like, yo, I'm having I'm having a dinner at my house. You know what I'm saying? You know, I'm charging, $2,000 a plate. But the purpose for this is, we raising money for this candidate or that candidate. You know, we got this money right here, in this political action committee. So okay, we're gonna run commercials, right, to affect the people's minds, because we know what the TV is doing to their minds, right? We're gonna run commercials about these issues to convince the people that this is the right way for things to be. We got to get into that level. Because see, you got other small populations of people that have a large impact on politics, at least in their area. Question: we got the mathematician in here. Mathematician, I need some statistics real quick. What is the population of Jews in America? And I hate to pick on them. I hate to pick on them. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be anti-Semitic. But what is the population? You know, what is the population of Jews in America? I see you like Letitia James, Auntie. No, she lost me when she supported Bloomberg in his third term. That's when I seen she came to the fork in the road and went left. VC Round said, yeah, because I was one of them youngins. Not everybody taking guidance. Not everybody is taking guidance from is your parent. Just like not every child you teach will be your own. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? And then plus, look, you know, sometimes it's easier to learn. You know what I'm saying? This is what I'm saying though, but and this is one of the things too. This is why one having knowledge, wisdom, understanding, culture, and refinement is not a savage pursuit of happiness, right? You have to be building yourself. You got to be building in a way where when you go amongst the kids, they're like, man, get the fuck out of here, you fucking crackhead bum. You got to be building to a point where they can look at you and say, yeah, you know what I'm saying? You know what? I'm going to listen to OG, man. OG, look at he doing it, man. You know what I'm saying? He doing things that I want to see myself doing. He's being successful in ways that I want to see myself being successful in. You see what I mean? So now that becomes your duty to for you to have a trade or a skill, right? For that purpose. You see what I mean? Something that the kids want to do. So now you can use that as magnetic. You understand what I'm saying? Maybe you play ball, you know what I'm saying? You go out there, play a little ball with the kids. You understand what I'm saying? You be like, yo, OG, nice, man. You know what I'm saying? Now you got your little window to holler with them. You understand what I'm saying? So that's one big thing, dealing with politics. And one small thing that we all could do. You know what I'm saying? So how we break through the mindset of this my money, I don't trust you. I don't trust you niggas. You know how cats get with they bread. Um, hmm, that's a high powered one. That's a high powered one. I mean, well, one thing, we got to stop the divisions that we have in our mind amongst each other, and we got to stop being so hostile about those divisions. You understand what I'm saying? You know, so in a lot of situations, we don't have to destroy a person. You know what I'm saying? We can work with that person. So for instance, you saw what happened with Ice Cube. You know what I'm saying? Whether you agree with him or disagree with him, who he spoke to or whatever, you know, uh, especially now that we got social media, where you come on, social media and immediately start talking this and that about Ice Cube, instead of opening a dialogue with Ice Cube saying, yo, look, Ice Cube, man, why you ain't hollered at them? That's our business that we supposed to talk about. But see, in reality, political science, political science is that both people on both sides is supposed to be your person. How about that? See, no matter who wins in that political election, you're supposed to win. So now what does that mean? That means that some of us do have to support the Republicans. See, that's how you rule them, and they don't rule us. See, like I said, when I said how many Jews, that's one of the tactics that the Jews rule, that the Jews use. They got people on the Republican side, and they got people on the Democrat side. So no matter what happens, Israel gets taken care of. You see what I'm saying? But instead of sitting down with Ice Cube and saying, yo, Ice Cube, man, I think that was wrong. But check this out. See, we automatically go to destroy him. And so now nobody can make an amount of progress that people can see, uh, you know, uh, nobody can make an amount of progress that people can see and want to be a part of. You understand what I'm saying? You know, uh, somehow or another, and uh, maybe we need to address as a community uh, the charlatans. These are suggestions. The people who are in fact uh, stealing our money. Taking our money and buying jets. Buying private jets. Talking about they need these private jets in order to spread the word of the Lord. These people that's saying, they're going to make your status sovereign, what I'm saying, for a couple $100. You know, well, I'll leave him out of it. I'll leave your man out of it. But, we got a couple of charlatans that, we just sit back and, we laugh or whatever the case may be, but we don't really address it. And so, uh, to a certain degree, the people who have that mindset, they not just talking crazy. You know what I'm saying? It's not charlatans out there that's doing these type of things. You know what I'm saying? So it's 7,160,000 uh uh Jewish people in America. You know, so and what is the present population of the original people? What is the population of the original people in uh in America? No, see, my sovereignty papers is official. We talking about the people that scamming. So you got 7.5 million. Just one. Say from between 7 and 8 million uh Jewish people in the country and 42 million black people in the country. You know what I'm saying? How many uh Asian people in the country? What I'm saying, all this to say, is to demonstrate that a minority of people can have a large impact. You understand what I mean? If they, politically and economically, right? They can have a large impact if they know what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? And they execute properly. Well, what's the context that's left out VCR around? That's a funny point right there, Kendall Brother. But we don't want the crazy people. We don't want the crazy people coming to say we support Trump. So it's 19 million Asian people. You know what I'm saying? So you can see how populations that's even smaller than ours, you know what I'm saying, is having an impact. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of it starts from, you know, their equality amongst each other in their community, in the way they organize and execute plans on a political and economic level. You said large impact when they don't have constant impedance on them. I mean, what do you mean by that? You know, let's not forget, the uh, uh, the level. I can agree with you there. The level of the impedance, what I'm saying, is greater for us. The level of the impedance is greater for us, but to say there's no impedance, you know what I'm saying? Mm, this is a high science right there. You just said self out, Bill. If you got a unified body of ants, they can kill an elephant. Yeah, but you gotta remember, look, the Ku Klux Klan, they targeted Jews too. Okay, Allah will manifest. You need to stop. I don't know what you're talking about, and you don't know either. Jingle 5, is this Mina? But, getting back to what you were saying, VC Realm, uh, you know, I'm not saying that the job wouldn't be more difficult for us. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that the job would not be more difficult for us, but uh, you got to start someplace. You got to start from knowledge, right? The original people set up businesses and make products and inventions, and then here comes patents and copyrights. I mean, listen, we could either sit around talking about the problem or we could do something. Eminent domain has affected us greatly. A lot of things has happened. You know, uh, one thing about the Caucasian man is that they want to. It smell good still in here. Is anybody from DC in here? See, one thing about the way the devil operates, it has to be in secret. You understand what I'm saying? It tells you that in the Wisdom Build degree. Death to anyone who reveals the secret. And so, see, what I'm saying by that is that when certain things you ain't done yet, okay, I'll wait for you to go ahead. But while let me say what I'm saying. In the meantime, uh, um, Oh yeah, it tells you death to anyone that reveals the secret. You see what I'm saying? So they don't want people to see them. They can't be seen to be doing these things in public. And see, that's one of the things that happened this summer with the protests and everything. You see what I mean? That everything became televised. You know what I'm saying? Not saying that they stopped doing what they doing, but they know they got to tone it down. See, the reason I brought up DC is because apparently this is something that I read about that um, like up until the 1960s, right? Apparently you had people living in shacks in alleys, like in the alleyways of DC. You had shacks built up that basically ever since we was talking about people that migrated to Washington D.C. because of the hard time they was having after the Civil War in the South, you know what I'm saying? They was building these shacks in the alleyways of D.C., right? And what caused the city of DC to tear those shacks down, you know what I'm saying, and build, I guess eventually, because a lot of times with that urban renewal, all you get is projects anyway, you know what I'm saying? But they tore down those shacks because uh, of the United Nations, you know what I'm saying? Because you had all of these diplomats. Well, the United Nations is in New York, but just in terms of the different diplomats, because after World War II, now America is the most powerful country in the world, and the Great Depression is over. So you start to get all this diplomatic traveling back and forth again. And when diplomats was coming to America, and they saw those black people living in those shacks in the alley, you know what I mean? Like some of these things apparently didn't even have plumbing. And when they saw them uh living in those shacks, you know what I'm saying? They was like, yo, what's going on? We thought this was America. Well, this is how y'all got people living. So just saying that, you know, yeah, these things what you're saying is right, but see, we have to be able to use these opportunities that we get. You see what I'm saying? Look, it was the same thing with civil rights. See, once that got on TV, you know what I'm saying, that yo, y'all kill those Jews and y'all kill that white woman. There was a white woman named I think Rebecca Liuzzo or something like that. And she came down south to help with the protesting. She was from Detroit. And when she got killed, it was like, all right, y'all getting out of hand now. It's you kill all the black men you want. Killing white women, we gotta put a stop to this. You know what I'm saying? The events at the Edmund Pettus Bridge, you know what I'm saying, being on TV, people seeing that. You know what I'm saying? You gotta look at these things and see that this is when you gotta this is when you gotta execute uh the same way. Look, that's one of the things the Jews did. The Jews used the knowledge of the Holocaust, you know what I'm saying, and the things that they went through in Germany. Yeah, did you know the Jews have been kicked out of almost every country in Europe? Like the Jews have just been told, yo, look, get the fuck out of here multiple times. But see, they use the publicity of the Holocaust and the whole idea of it and everything. as an opportunity to get the things they needed for their people. I'm not saying it wasn't a whole bunch of other things at work, but they used that event to their benefit. I don't want to say they planned that event or they meant for it to happen or none of that. That's the whole other level. That's another videos. See what I'm saying? But they went from, look, you got to leave the country. If you're Jewish, you got to get out of here. They went from that to right now. If you say that the Holocaust didn't happen in Europe, you will be thrown in jail. PCR said we had shacks built. What it says here? We had shacks built up here to shack down, from here to Shack Town, full of original people in the Midtown area. Ours was for university needed land to expand the campus. Oh, so that's why they tore down the what's the name? And then so what's the history of that? They moved those people to the projects. BC Realm said what I was getting at was that it's way more opportunities to overturn a lot of the BS because we can access vast volumes of knowledge, not just the books or search engines on the internet, but we can read on something that's lost knowledge, go find it, pull from it, and build something from it or with it. Well, that's what I'm telling you now. You know what I'm saying? But every realm, uh, like I said, it's multiple things that was done. You know what I'm saying? It's not like, well, they brought us here in 1619 and that was it. You know what I mean? There's laws, codes, statutes, cultural norms, policies, bank policies, educational policies, prison policies, etc. So there's no one button we can press. You know what I'm saying? But we need to we gotta give it the old college try. You know what I'm saying? You know, you know, or we could just go jump in the Atlantic River. I mean the Atlantic Ocean. You know what I mean? Brothers on the west, they could go jump in the Pacific Ocean. Brothers down south, they could go jump in the Gulf. You know what I'm saying? Brothers in the upper Midwest, they could go jump in the Great Lakes. And then it'll all be over. But barring that happening, we got to try something. So Bill said I ain't jumping in now. What you talking about, man? Yeah, go swim with the dolphins. With the dolphins over there in the Puget in the Puget Sound. So we don't even talk about how the language and dialects were different in the periods we talk about. That's way past our physical existence. And when people doing stuff evil, a lot of times they don't talk about it in an evil way. They they use euphemisms. Euphemisms. Um, but I didn't understand that part though. Where you say we don't even talk about how the languages and dialects were different in the periods we talk about. With periods. But no, we dealt with that. Uh, those were some lives that happened some time ago. Uh, we haven't been over that particular topic in a minute. You know what I'm saying? But you hit on something very key. Is that we took everything from them except their language. See what I'm saying? And one of the first things they took from us was our language. So what that tells you is that it's something about the way they use language that's connected with devilishment. And so we look at different languages. You know what I'm saying? For instance, the one of the main ones that I point out always is legalese. Legalese is one of the main languages that they use. You know what I'm saying? You know, the court system in general. You understand what I'm saying? Like if we having problems, it don't matter who it is. Let's say we talking about the Indians. We having problems with the Indians, but over the land. But you have an issue with the land. You know what I'm saying? We got a dispute. We're gonna try this case in our courts, and the language we're gonna be using is legalese, where you think you understand it, but see, a person and people is not the same thing. See what I'm saying? A lot of words that you use, they may be similar or sound alike words in legalese, but it's not. You see what I'm saying? You know, medical jargon, like the type of medical jargon that they probably used with the brothers who was involved with the Tuskegee experiment. You understand what I'm saying? The language that you see on food packaging, where they got a certain name on this thing, but you don't realize that that's just sugar or that's pork. Look, Allah will manifest, man. You better stop typing unless you know today's degree. That's the next thing you better type. So VCR gives an example here. Would you say you use some phrases and terms to communicate as your father and mother in their era and your grandparents' era? Well, language develops. This is one of the things that is also used against us in language. You know what I'm saying? We're uh, we're told that one of the reasons we don't excel is because we don't speak proper English, right? Self-I build, the language of finance, that's another language. You know what I'm saying? But this is a question to the room. Can anyone tell me? Can anyone tell me what uh is proper English? Anyone at all? What is proper English? Yeah, but see, VC Robert, this is what we feel when we hear in St. Louis has a particular they twang got a particular swag to it. You know what I mean? Right there. you know, y'all throw us off all the time. I throw us off all the time. But exactly. That's what I'm saying. Bill said proper English is a misnomer. So what's the difference between what's happening versus what's popping versus peace versus what's the word? Is it all the same or different? Well, peace is different. Um, of course, what's popping. Uh, that's the old school word that we was saying. You know what I'm saying? And then over the years, as the Bloods came into New York, was popping. But we used to say, it's cracking out here, it's pop. We used to say that, but at the time, at least I didn't have any knowledge that these was, uh, you know, particular kind of terms. Single Five said English is a bastard language put together by some dummies and mixed. He said context and tone. It could be a statement or a question. Well, yeah, what they say, you know, 80% of communication, like only 20% of communication is actually in the words that you use. You know what I'm saying? The rest is your tone, your body language, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I'm saying? There's a whole bunch of things that come across in communication. But does anyone else have a, does anyone else have an answer for that question? What is proper English? Because if there's no proper English, then how can some people be speaking improper English? Like, is proper English the way the Australians speak? Is it the way the Indians speak English? The East Indians speak English? Is it the way the West Indians speak English? Is it the way the South Africans speak English? You know, is it the way uh, the Scottish people speak English? Is it the way the Irish people speak English? Is it the way the Queen of England speaks English? Did you know there's like, if you ever listen to British people speak, I'm talking about in England, there's like 10 different accents. So which one of them is proper English? Language is something that drifts over time. You know, countries that were speaking Latin 2,000 years ago, their languages have drifted into French, is drifted into Spanish, is drifted into Italian. Does anybody know what kind of language Old English was? So I bring all this up to say you should see how they were talking to better understand how and what went on up to this point. See how who's talking. Because certain times people are called one thing, but there's something else, or some people going through something bad, but now they straight, or vice versa. Now I still don't understand. Precisely. Old English was a German language. And so how did this German language drift into what they speaking in England now? If language doesn't, this is the nature of language. I don't see how that impacts, I'm just saying because what I recall, we were speaking on, uh, how we can apply ourselves on the political level, uh, how we can apply ourselves on the political level and how, there are smaller, there are groups of people, there's demographics, Asians, Jewish people, etc., who have less people than us, but they still have a large impact on the socio political economic realm. And then you started talking about languages. I'm not sure how we tie in there. I agree with what you're saying about languages, but bring it full circle for me. So if our bill said they want you to feel bad about Ebonics stuff, just saying, hey man, listen, uh, let me explain something to you. And I'm not a huge guy on the field of linguistics. You know what I'm saying? But they have something called African American Vernacular English. You can look it up. They study it in college. Like when you go to college to study linguistics, there's something called African American Vernacular English. That's what I speak. I don't really speak the Ebonics quite as much, but I speak African American Vernacular English. You know what I'm saying? Of course, with a New York accent. Uh, African American Vernacular English is related to white Southern English. Of course, because African American Vernacular English developed alongside white Southern English, right? During the slavery days. So a lot of stuff they start talking about language, they don't bring it up to me. See, because I know I know the science of it. Can't be rolling, man. What kind of shot is that, man? You gonna take a shot at something like that? They wasn't speaking proper English in those caves when they was banging those dogs. They wasn't saying it's not ask, it's ask. It's not ask, it's ask. So if our bill said throws me off when I see colored folks on TV using African American vernacular English. Speaking of that, did anybody see uh, the white guy that got beat down in the store? It was a white guy, the Scots and the Irish. See, even a lot of the Scottish people and the Irish people, when they came here, they wasn't speaking English. They were speaking Gaelic. You know, some of them was, of course, speaking English already, but some of them were speaking Gaelic. So white Southern English is also borrowed from other white ethnicities. It was developed among, it was developed amongst other uh, white ethnicities. Yeah, it has some, well, all of English has loan words. See, at the end of the day, like I said, even in England, you have, in London alone, you got like 5 different accents. A lot of the different accents that you hear in America, they came over here with those accents. The British, at least. Yo, it's a colored man. He's in the store, and he says, hold on, let me see if I can find it on here. Cause this is, look, I can't explain it. I can't explain it. Hold on. Let me find this for you. Matter of fact, hold on. Okay, here we go right here. Let me share my screen. I don't know how y'all could have missed this, man. I got that. Hold on. Let me see. Let's see if I can get this. Let me see if I can show y'all what happens when using African American vernacular English goes wrong. Are y'all watching this? I don't know why the sound. Hold up.
Hey, are you kidding me? Where you from? Where you from? Where you from? Where the fuck you from? You from here? Get the fuck out of here, you a clown. Oh God, you a clown. From here, you a clown. You gonna smack me? Snap me! Snap me! Come on,
Yeah, you got yours, buddy.
Call me motherfucker. I don't give a Call me motherfucker. Call me motherfucker.
Okay, 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 okay.
I asked you not to call me.
So what we see right there is a little demonstration of what happens when using African American vernacular English goes wrong. That's what happens when using African American vernacular English. Oh, y'all want to check it out again? I did notice that as soon as it got to the part, where, hold on, let me see if we can find. I think it's see if we can find a site where it doesn't take up quite as much. Doesn't take up quite as much. I don't know what it's using. I think when I do video with the share screen, it
You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? I'm gonna walk to you. I'm gonna walk right to my house for you, bro. Oh God, I'm not trying to disrespect you, bro. I'm not. I'm gonna say this all day, every day. Are you kidding me? Where you from, nigga? Where you from? Where you from? Where the fuck you from?
what the hell is going on here? trying to I'm trying to find the let me see. You know, I like this kind of shit. All right, let's see if we can. Let's see what happens now. Can anybody see that? All right.
He's gonna pop up.
I live on 400 Oxford, 2 blocks away. And you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? I'm gonna walk to you. I'm gonna walk right to my house for you, man. Oh God, I'm not trying to disrespect you, bro. I'm the same nigga all day, every day. Are you kidding me? Where you from, nigga? Where you from?
He's
Where
gonna
you
pop
from?
up.
Where the fuck you from,
He's gonna
nigga?
pop
You
up.
from here? Get the fuck out of here. You a clown, nigga. Oh God, you a clown, nigga. You from here? You a clown. Smack me. Smack me, nigga. Come on,
Yeah, you got yours, buddy.
call me another fucking nigga. I don't give a fuck. Call me another nigga. Call me another fucking nigga. Okay. Good? Good now? I asked somebody to call me a nigga.
I don't blame you, dude.
You good?
Hey, I can do what I want.
So yeah, that was a little bit better. That was a little bit better right there. I think that's what it is. I don't think I got enough CPU to like run other videos. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's when you know, using African American vernacular English goes wrong. One thing that bugs me out is how the other dude, he already knew what was coming. Did you see the one dude that stepped back already? Like, he stepped back from the rip. He stepped back from the rip. Like, he already knew what was coming. The lady knew too. She was like, he's gonna pop him. Yes, he's saying on God and all that. You know, this is all African American vernacular English here. You know, that you don't want to. Oh man. Jamal Gray said, "Would y'all brothers consider this original man's actions being a savage in the pursuit of happiness, or the penalty of rewards for the colored man talking reckless?" I mean, I would say it's his penalty for taking it too far. You know, the brother asked him calmly. You know, you couldn't really hear the sound right here. You know what I'm saying? Too good. But the brother had asked him calmly, like 4 or 5 times. The dude don't call me nigga, and then he just went off. Nigga, 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 nigga. You know, I saw another instance, but this one was much more serious. This was a situation where, the video comes on, it's these two women in the bathroom. You know what I'm saying? So you could all of a sudden hear the one woman telling the other woman, yo, listen, my daughter is in here trying to use the bathroom, and you kind of, like you follow her around, like you keep, like you gotta chill. You know what I'm saying? And and the lady, you could tell like she's high on drugs or something, but she keeps calling the little girl. You know what I'm saying? The little girl looks like she about maybe 3 or 4 years old. You know what I'm saying? And so the lady tells her, like, yo, listen, man, you gotta stop. Like, leave my baby alone. Like, you scaring her. You know what I'm saying? She's trying to use the bathroom. She's not used to people bothering her when she do that. You know what I'm saying? So the lady calls this other lady into the bathroom. She's like, yo, look, hold my phone because she's filming everything because, the situation is getting weird. You know what I'm saying? And and so she tells the other lady, yo, hold the phone right here. She's like, yeah, you see my baby is in there, right? So then she tells the lady one last time, like, yo, listen, man, you're gonna have to leave my baby alone. Like this is weird right here. Like we in the bathroom. Stop calling my baby. So the lady keeps saying, come here, sister. Come here, sister, 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 sister. Come here. And she keep putting her hands out to, trying to make the baby come to her. Yo, son, she caught a beat down from that mother that was worse than that beat down you just saw. It was worse than that. Is I've seen a couple of fights the last couple of days. I saw these two ladies fighting in I think it was Best Buy. You know, uh, I don't know what's up with all this popping off. You know what I'm saying? I'm outside of that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was one of them situations where I know it's a lady and it's a Hotep channel, but if it was my baby, listen, the only thing is, see, the beat down wouldn't have been that bad if it was me. Because, see, I would have had knocked out. She would have got knocked out, you know, from the first, but being that it was another lady she was fighting, she ended up taking a tremendous amount of punishment, getting dragged out of the bathroom by her hair, you know. Like, I'm talking about a vicious one, you know. I'm not sure what happened with the one in, I'm not sure what happened with the one in Best Buy, but, the one girl, she just started telling the other girl to do something, do something, do something. And when the other girl did something, it was like, yo, why'd you ask for that? Now she ended up getting knocked out, but she got knocked out because the other girl stomped her in the face. So, these things, I guess these things happen, man. What can you do? You can't allow what manifest. You got to stop it. You're throwing everybody off. But yeah, this has been a good live right here. You know what I mean? We covered a vast multitude of topics. The title of the live ended up not even doing justice to the amount of topics that we ran through. You know what I mean? This is gonna be our last one this long for a little minute. Of course, we know tomorrow Sunez is in the building, uh, 7 to 10. You know what I'm saying? Uh, and Keon Harold Jr. Who's Keon Harold Jr.? Never heard of him. Oh yeah, I did see this one right here. Um, well, here's the thing. Right now, the 2020 Knicks has more wins than the St. Louis basketball team. Oh, that's right. St. Louis doesn't have a basketball team because the team they had sucked. Um, I mean, it's not too much to think about that. You know what I'm saying? You got an irrational white woman who, accused the brother of stealing her phone. He said Al Sharpton had them at a rally today. Listen, if it's two people, let me add that on to the list. Who asked me that question? Was it Self I Bill about with some advice for 2021? Stay away from Al Sharpton and Benjamin Crump. Stay away from Al Sharpton and Benjamin Crump. Especially that Benjamin Crump. Has he won a case yet? No, they left y'all because they couldn't win. Couldn't win. See, that's what it is. Y'all got all this time on your hands. Y'all got all this time on your hands because y'all ain't got no team. But y'all got the Cardinals and the Blues. Nah, just stay away from them two, man. You see what I'm saying, right? You see, here it is. Here it is right here. You see it right there? You see it right there, ladies and gentlemen? Do you see it right there? They hate our way of life. They hate our way of life. Do you see it right here? This is where the Knicks hate is rooted. Get out of here. That happened where you were staying? Yeah. I mean, it wasn't really, it wasn't too much to, as far as I was concerned, it wasn't too much to really think about. It was just another, like you said, another Karen. We used to that in New York. You know, um, Now we could take it to a deeper level. You know what I'm saying? So we got blues music and jazz music and soul, and you got copycat in New York. Okay, when's the last time you listened to blues music and jazz music and soul? See, we give you people hip hop, and this is the type of lip that we get back. Uh, I'll give you blues, jazz, uh, and soul was developed. Well, New Orleans is probably the root of jazz, but jazz and soul was developed in different places. You know what I mean? You know, uh, Detroit soul is not, is not exactly the same as Philly soul. Philly soul is not exactly the same as New York soul. New York soul is not exactly the same as Tennessee soul. Memphis. These are the places when you listen to the different labels. Uh, jazz as well. Uh, jazz was developed in the New York clubs. You know what I'm saying? Jazz was developed in the New York clubs as well. Then people come from where? They ain't come from St. Louis. They might have migrated, but not from St. Louis. Oh, this time it was actually she's Spanish. The lady who was calling the cops. Yeah, Mr. Spock, I'm getting ready. I gotta go. Shit, I gotta go get me some food now. He said I can't have my babies listening to rainbow hair, colored spandex pants type cats. You're not from New York, you're from Mexico. Hmm. What like you know, New York? Is she New York Spanish, like Dominican or Puerto Rican, or she's like Colombian or something like that? So she Mexican? That changes what I was getting ready to say, a little bit in terms of, but you know, that's often been the source of, you said New Orleans and Memphis is jazz. Uh, where he said he said we know what knowledge I have taken from both cities. What knowledge would that be? I'm unaware of this knowledge that we've taken from many cities. You know, I mean, what y'all saying sounds good. You know what I'm saying? But you know, jazz was perfected in New York. Like that stuff that they doing down there, that Dixieland type of stuff they doing down there. You know, y'all need to stop. See, all of the greats met up in New York and honed their skills. But like I said, you know, when it comes to, you know, black men being lynched and all this type of stuff, you know, been a Karen. It's often been a Karen that put out the call that she was wronged. You know what I'm saying? And then the Klan came out. So you know, I don't know, you know, how much is new under the sun when it comes to that. Atlanta, no, the Atlanta perfected trap. Atlanta perfected trap. Definitely would have been different without the camera phone. You know, the camera phone has turned out to be a great resource for the original people. But need to go get me, about to go get me some God degrees. I still gotta do my push-ups for the day, man. Yeah, got me on here. You ever seen God's Wife of Colored Mormon? And if not, yeah, I know a couple brothers. Uh, nah, it's just, you know, she's not the earth. She the, you know what I'm saying? Uh, you know, but for that particular brother, that's his wisdom. You know what I'm saying? That's what he, uh, you know, that's how he chose to bring about his understanding. That's the bridge that he chose to use. You understand what I'm saying? But you know, Earth, that's a super stretch. The way they try to spin it by the time, or they may try to spin it and say that hip hop origins was in Atlanta. Yeah, it says she devil. That's what I said. You said he settled on what part though with that? Um, I mean, it's difficult to say. You understand what I'm saying? But you know, we start to get into, you know, areas where, you know, I don't want to offend anybody. You know what I'm saying? But you know, see, listen. Here's the bottom line: the planet Earth is the home of Islam, right? This is where the original man chose to make his home and renew his history. Here's a fact a lot of people don't want to recognize: the devil cannot produce the original man. I don't care what you say, you know, but we can definitely look at what the science tells us and realize that you cannot get the same thing from a white woman that you could get from a black woman. You understand what I mean? So she could be the home of the half original man. She could be the home of the red man. She could be the home of the white man. If she can, how can I base my history, right? But my history goes back, we pick a number, and their history only go back a couple thousand years. How can she be what I base my history on? Mr. Spock said, my pendant on my chain reps my home planet, Earth. You ask, what's that? I say the crib. You know, so that's how I see it. You know what I mean? You got those that say there's no such thing as half original. If the father's black, then the child is black. Yeah, whatever. Has anyone seen? Has anyone seen Barack Obama's, uh, Malia Obama's boyfriend? I don't know if it's her fiance yet. Has anyone seen her boyfriend? See, make no mistake about it. It's white people that do their DNA test and it come back with African ancestry, recent African ancestry. You know what that means? That means that some of them, see, the black people we see is often the ones who identify with us. And a lot of times the reason they identify with us, you know what I'm saying, is because, you can look at them and see more, uh, more genetic influence from original. You see what I'm saying? And because of that, they're not accepted over there. You see what I'm saying? But there's something called passing. You know what I'm saying? They don't use that term no more, but there's something called passing for white. And see, let me tell you something about how loosely we define blackness. See, in America, because we're so used to the one drop rule and seeing all these different kind of people call themselves black. See, we're defining blackly so loosely that a white woman can put extensions in her hair and tell everybody she's black and they believe it. You got a point here too, Kareem. Phenotype doesn't really tell your genetic background. You're right about that. But it's also about how we define blackness. We define it so loosely that a white woman can just put extensions in her hair. She could put the braids in her hair and go down to the NAACP and get a job. Does anyone remember Rachel Dolezal? And I like Rachel. You know, Not like that. I'm saying that, she's good people. Crazy. Batshit crazy. But she good people. You know what I'm saying? We recently had another lady, like in the last, maybe like the last month and a half, a lady named Krugman. And she was switching from thing to thing. The last thing I think she told people she was half Jamaican and half Puerto Rican or something. But really, she's a Jewish woman from the Midwest. You know what I'm saying? And she put the curly perm in her hair or whatever. And because we define blackness so loosely in America, because we look at these people on TV and they tell us, yo, this person is black. But see, the reality is, right? And this is a real question. I want you to tell me the name of the tribe in Africa that looks like Vanessa Williams. I'll wait. I'm telling you, it was a white woman. She said she was half Jamaican and half Puerto Rican. So in Ethiopia, you telling me there's a tribe that looks like Vanessa Williams. All right, let me channel Rabon right here. Show me some primaries and get my Encyclopedia Brown on. Show me some primaries. Jason Kidd, all of these people. See, we're so used to, you know, these people mingling amongst us. But there's an article. Hold on. Let me look this up for y'all real quick. This is it. I don't know what's taking this. Let's just put this one up right here real quick. You see this page? Hold on. Did this come up yet? Wow. See this right here? quiz from Ebony Magazine. It says here, the quiz from Ebony Magazine asking questions about who is Negro and who is white. See all of these right here? These are all people who went and passed for white. Look, visions of mulattoes in slavery, right here. I don't know why I can't get this page to blow up. See that? Dr. Albert Johnson, in order to practice medicine after living as leading citizens in Keene, New Hampshire, the Johnsons revealed their true racial identity and became national news. You see that? Or what about this? Um, I mean, right here. Let me bring up. Hold on, let me share this screen. Okay, does anybody know who this guy is? Does Does anybody know who that guy is? kicked out. Hold on, let me share my screen here. Okay, that guy right there. Does anybody know who that guy was? You said Jesse Russell Wilson is not mixed, but he don't have the prototypical woolly hair, but he consider himself black. Both parents are such too. None are so-called white. See, what you have is people who are the you have people who are the offspring of multiple generations of mixed people. They got sisters in Ethiopia that look like, I'm saying, show me a primary. Show me a primary of some sisters in Ethiopia that look like Vanessa. Do you know who Vanessa Williams is? Maybe you're talking about the Vanessa Williams. But does anybody know who this is in this picture right here? There are dark black people in Africa with blue eyes. Okay. Show me the tribe of people that look like Vanessa Williams. Both of y'all are, this is buck dancing. Let me see your primaries. Just show me a picture. Does anybody know who this person is? This guy? Anyone. Bueller? I don't know why they keep kicking me out now, yo. Think they telling me it's time to bounce. Still ain't getting any answers yet, though. Does anyone know who that is in the picture? No, it's not Dubois. Hold up, VC Realm, you said, am I gonna say the dude in the picture is half original? What are you saying he is? You saying he white? Yeah, I think you might need to Google a picture of Vanessa Williams. See, I know people like that. I know people who was taught to never deal with a person, you know what I'm saying, in a romantic relationship, to never deal with somebody darker than themselves. Always deal with somebody their complexion or lighter. Like, what was that dude from Baltimore that was the head of the NAACP at one time? Let me see if anybody has come up with the answer. Uh, VC Realm, you asked if I'm going to say the dude in the picture is half original. What are you saying he is? No, that's not the one who said that. No, it's not Louis Pasteur. That is Plessy from Plessy versus Ferguson. Yeah, some Indians is white. But that's Plessy from Plessy versus Ferguson. The separate but equal ruling. Yeah, he looked white. I'm just asking you to produce a picture of, you know, because see, you got there's African people that have had white babies, not white as in European, but the baby comes out with recessive genes. But I'm talking about a consistent group of people where you can say, yeah, that's black. It's regular black people like that. You just produce a picture of a white woman. I mean, of you know, a black woman or a group of black women that's from Africa that look like Vanessa Williams. Chief said, plus he should have kept his mouth shut because he could have passed. But this is my point, man. That is precisely my point. That we used to seeing certain people, you know what I'm saying? Uh, and so, then like you said, see with Jason Kidd, we claim him because he could ball out. me take my little last steps out here, man. But for me, when you say the black man, woman, and child, that actually means something. You know what I'm saying? We teach all people, power to all people, if that's what, a brother chooses to do. You know what I'm saying? If that's what he want to do with his life, that's what, he wants to deal with a colored woman. I don't really have a problem with it. You know what I'm saying? It's not me. But, that's the definition of uh, taking the 600 years to graft them back into the original man. That's what you're doing, or that's what you're attempting to do at least when you get involved with that. You know what I'm saying? To say that you're gonna, make that your wisdom. You're gonna make that your way that you bring about understanding. Me personally, I would choose against it. Man, please, nobody get involved with, nobody get involved with the law will manifest, man. You just say since you open this up, say God with the what you said here is claiming they're really black. Is you getting that? Like they have some black blood, and this is why they making earth with them. I mean, all I can say is this: the one of the reasons why we have this attitude, like, see, a lot of times we blame Spanish people. You know what I'm saying? But see, they were under a different indoctrination. See, one of the reasons why we have the British one drop rule is that there was a half original woman, right, around 1650. I can't recall her name, but she said to her slave masters that she should not be a slave because her father was white. And she won the case. And so after that, they changed the law to if your mother is a slave, then you're a slave. And of course, we know all of the lengths that they've gone through from passing laws to lynching. We know all of the things that they've gone through to not have the black man mixing with the white woman. You know what I mean? Of course, it's not 100%. It's happened a couple of times. You know what I'm saying? But, somewhere in there, that's the root of what we're dealing with here. It's something that the slave master did in order to protect his inheritance. See what I'm saying? You know, the slave master does not want all of his half original seeds to be competing with his full white seeds for inheritance. John Ireland, you came in, man. You came in right as we get ready to be out. What you said is who retracting their own messages. Queen Mecca, you back with it. You know, now don't get me wrong. I could be speaking Oh yeah, Queen Mecca. She comes in, delete her. YouTube deletes some of her messages. She deletes some of them. But I could be speaking from a level of bias. You know what I mean? Because I don't really got that much light skinned people in my family like that. Like but uh, like the core of the family, you know what I'm saying, is it's not really a lot of light skinned people. You know what I'm saying? So, maybe I'm speaking from some type of colorism bias myself. You know what I'm saying? But the people that I grew up around, knowing as black, uh, we are pretty much black and brown seeds. So I will say I got tons in my family. I mean, it happens. You know what I'm saying? It's getting technical. South Africa has an issue with that. I mean, I see it around. I understand it. I'm not saying, that anybody needs to reevaluate themselves. You know what I'm saying? But I am saying that you need to understand what that one drop rule is about. You know what I mean? The British one drop rule. See, the British one drop rule is not in the Spanish world because they're not British. But anyway, man, is it raining out there? Oh snap! It is raining. Yeah, I gotta head out there either way though. Give me a quick snack. Let me see something. Oh man, that's our boy Mastermind. Who knows, man? Who knows? All right, Jingle 5. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, share this out. I guess you know, we had our fun. We had our fun. You know, I mean, we still gonna be doing lives, but the amount of time that we on, the amount of time that we on is gonna be getting back down to normal. You know what I'm saying? The amount of time that I'm on will be getting back down to normal. Uh, but I was between the snowstorm, the spike. You know what I'm saying? The all the lockdown measures and all of that. I was like, you know what? Let me just fall back, take a couple weeks off. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, if we get a blizzard, you know what I mean? If conditions get back like that, where I got all this time on my hands. But in the meantime, gotta get back out there, make some donuts. You know what I'm saying? Get the school back. Get the school back. Hitting on all cylinders. You know what I'm saying? Because it's that time I gotta already start planning. I gotta start planning my crops for next year. Not planting, planning. You know what I'm saying? Like which seeds I'm gonna decide to put in the ground. You know what I'm saying? Because once we get around to late March, April, then I gotta start getting into action. You know what I'm saying? Buying my, I'm gonna start buying some of my supplies now, my different fertilizer. Speaking of that, I need another. I don't know what happened to the stuff you gave me last time. That plant food you gave me. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, you know what I'm saying? Tomorrow, I guess I see all of y'all on Sunya's live. You know what I'm saying? I'll probably be tuned in over there. Sunya at 7. Uh, he comes on at 7 o'clock to 10 o'clock on Thursdays. And then I just can't find it. I don't know what I did with it. I mean, it could have got Vic, but I don't know. I don't know what happened to it. You know what I'm saying? And of course, we'll be back Friday. You know what I'm saying? Friday I got a couple things to handle, but we'll be in the mix. Oh man, L7, you still talking about the dude that got hit with the listen, he got a lesson in using African American vernacular English. All right, peace, Melissa Davis, 793rd, BCR. I see y'all on Friday. You know what I'm saying? I'll probably put a little what's the name. Hey, listen. We'll see you in June, VCR. The Knicks. We'll see you in June. Peace.